Thank you. Good morning. This is a special meeting of the Scrutiny and Performance Committee of Perth and Kinross Council, called in conversation between the leader of the council and the various political groups to discuss specifically the flooding events. Well, initially it was the 7th, 8th of October last, and also covering the later events in the month of October. Obviously, these are difficult issues to discuss, and they have an extreme effect, as I'm very conscious, as I'm a councillor who has multiple flooding areas in my ward. These can be very difficult matters, very emotive to discuss. So I would like to say thank you to all the members for allowing me to shift the entire ordinary agenda from today until an extra meeting to be held next month. I'd like to thank, or I'd like to welcome a range of officers who will be here from all of the different services involved to answer questions. But I'd especially like to thank members of the public, affected residents and businesses who are here this morning to give deputations. I'll start by introducing our top table. So I'm Councillor Colin Stewart, I'm the convener of the committee. On my far left, we have Bailey Alistair Bailey, who's the vice convener. On my immediate left, we have Thomas Glenn, who's the chief executive of the council. Then Miss Molly, who's the clerk to the committee. Lisa Simpson, who's our head of legal and governance and advisor to the committee. And on the far right there, Mrs. Renton, who's the executive director for communities, which is the responsible service for all of the different agencies. Can I ask the clerk to confirm any apologies and substitutions?
Thanks, convener. We have an apology from Councillor Shires with Bailey Ahern substituting, and we have an apology from Councillor Massey with Councillor Frampton substituting. Can I just check that we have Councillor Frampton online?
Present.
Thank you. All members are present, convener.
Yeah, I'm standing in for Councillor Shires, but I haven't received a meeting invite, so I'm not able to enter the chat. If that could be sorted out before start, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I invite our head of legal and governance to say a word on declarations of interest, which is our next item on the agenda?
Thank you, convener. I'm advising that Councillor Stephen Carr came to seek advice in terms of a potential conflict of interest and a declaration of interest because of his membership as a board member of LAL, given that we have a deputation on behalf of LAL. Given that this is not a decision-making forum, and given that the area under review and scrutiny is far wider than LAL, I have provided advice that Councillor Carr does not need to make a declarable interest and absent himself from the meeting and the discussion. However, he has indicated that he will not be participating in any discussion as regards LAL directly. On that basis, that's all the declarations of interest that I've been notified of.
Thanks. Just to open it up, are there any other declarations of interest formally? Nope. Thank you very much. Okay, so just a little bit of housekeeping. Councillor Allen wants to make a just brief introductory opening remark. We're going to take an introduction to the report from the Chief Executive and the Executive Director. And then we're going to invite deputations. I know we've got a couple of deputations from the public, but I'm going to invite, if it's okay, Councillor Braun as a board member of Live Active Leisure to speak first, just for everybody to get a feel for it. And we'll then open it up to questions after each deputation, we'll open it up to questions of those deputations, and then we'll go on to review the report. I've circulated a note to members of the committee that we're going to try and flow through the report and keep our questions section by section, because I think it'll be easier for members to follow, for officers to answer, and for members of the public and press to follow as well. If that's okay, we will proceed. Councillor Allen, you wanted to say something briefly?
Thank you, Convener. This was a dreadful and horrible turn of events, and it touched and seriously affected many residents throughout Perth and Kinross. We as a group have the utmost sympathy with all who were affected, one way or another, through water damage, no matter where the ultimate reasoning lies. I would, however, like to pay our respects to the many officers and partners from other groups and areas who volunteered and went above and beyond during the cycle of events. Some even put their own lives on the line to ensure that we looked after as many of our residents and properties as we could. Today we're setting about to try and establish why the turn of events turned out so disappointingly for the many people I have mentioned above. I hope that we can do that in a professional and competent way. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. We'll now turn to item 3 on the agenda, which is the deputations. Can I get the committee's agreement to hear the deputations? Thank you. I'll therefore first turn to the Chief Executive. Just before we take the deputations, I'll turn to the Chief Executive and the Executive Director to give us an introduction to set the background to what we're discussing this morning.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. Good morning, members of the public. I will keep my remarks brief. As many of you will know, I try not to participate too often in this chamber and to carry out my functions out with this room and leave it for members to be heard here. But the seriousness of the report that we have in front of us does require me to address some of the key themes. I don't intend to go into those in detail. I'll pass to my colleague, Executive Director Renton, who will take us through the main elements of the report after I've spoken. But it is important at this time to make an acknowledgement of a number of matters before Mrs. Renton proceeds. Firstly, to say, in the 2 years since being appointed as Chief Executive, as a member of our team, we have worked exceptionally hard to seek to focus on our purpose of serving the people of Perth and Kinross, to ensure that we do that with an eye to our values, how we carry out that role. And we have placed engagement with communities at the heart of the last 2 years. And the experience of the events over October have challenged and compromised some of the progress that we have made in that time. And we clearly have a job now to rebuild trust and credibility with some sections of our communities across Perth and Kinross. And that will be one of the key lessons that needs to be learnt from this report and the incidents over the month of October. Over that period, where there were consecutive weather events, there was much, just as Councillor Allen has said, that we done well, and that cannot and should not be lost. The officers of the council, alongside partners, alongside communities and the various resilience groups up and down the length of Perth and Kinross, went to incredible lengths to support local communities. Communities that our officers are members of. They sought to serve their communities, their neighbours, their families, and in many instances did that without consideration for themselves, giving up holidays, working long hours, and often working on a voluntary basis. And again, I would like to acknowledge the efforts of all of our staff. But we can't fail to recognise that there were elements of our response be that in terms of our preparedness, our response and our recovery, that did not meet the standards that I expect, that our officer team expects, the council and importantly the public expects. And we have not shied away from those in the report. What the report clearly sets out is that there were omissions and decisions that made that have contributed to some of the impacts previously mentioned, and particularly the matter in relation to the North Inch and the contribution that the timing of the closure of the North Inch gates made in Perth City. What the report doesn't do, and today is not the time for, it doesn't address the question of liability, because there are separate processes which will be undertaken in terms of looking at compensation and liability, and those are for other parties to be involved in leading with the council and with a view to resolving those matters as early as we possibly can and without further upset, anxiety and challenge for those that are impacted. But what the report does say is that in our response, in certain areas, and particularly in Perth city centre, we failed to meet the standards that we set for ourselves. I made the same remark last week when we met some of those who are in the public gallery today, the businesses and residents who provided us with their testimony. And I made then, and I will repeat again today, the apology to them that we did not meet their needs when they called upon us at points over the period of the weekend of the 6th to the 8th of October. And that's an apology which has been provided and seen in the press as well. But for today, the focus needs to be on the beginning of a process. And it is the beginning. We will not conclude that process today. There will be more work to be done. And importantly, there are a series of improvement actions which are laid out within this report. Improvement actions which, as Chief Executive and with the rest of our team, we need to ensure that we collectively take on board and do everything in our power to ensure that where there were errors made, where there were decisions and judgments which need to be reviewed, that we consider that learning and make sure that's implemented as fully and as quickly as it possibly can be. So, Convener, thank you for allowing me the introductory remarks and happy to take questions later.
Executive Director Renton.
If you bear with me just while the presentation goes up. But before that, I'll just do some general introductions. Good morning, members and everyone in attendance this morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Barbara Renton. I'm the Executive Director of Communities, and I have many years of experience in dealing with incidents, including many weather-related events such as snow and flooding. I was the Council's Gold Commander throughout the whole of the COVID pandemic, and I have been the Deputy Chair of the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership for 5 years and a member of the Local Resilience Partnership for about 15. I was the Gold Commander for the weekend of the 6th to the 8th of October. As the Chief Executive has indicated, this is an initial report which covers the 3 periods during which weather warnings were issued during October 2023. And while yellow warnings were issued ahead of all 3 of weather events, they were all very different experiences in terms of where Perth and Kinross was impacted and the level of that impact. And that shows that the level of response required and the impact will vary greatly. And while advanced weather warnings are an indicator, we rely always on the professional experience, judgment and commitment of all of the teams involved. Increasingly and significantly, we rely on dedicated support from communities and residents to respond to how the weather events develop. People who live in the area, who understand their locality and can respond quickly have always been invaluable in terms of our response, but are becoming increasingly more so as weather patterns and available resources change. We thank all residents and communities for that response. We also recognise, as the Chief Executive said in his opening remarks, that we understand the impact that flooding or any weather event has in terms of the upset, frustration, anger and worry, as well as the financial implications experienced as a result. For the North Inch area in particular, time is required to undertake an evidence-based review, as the Chief Executive has already said, to enable us to establish what has happened. This needs to take into account that there are three potential sources of flooding: the late closure of the gates on the North Inch, the groundwater table and the levels of water there, and the wastewater and drainage systems. That's not to shy away at all from the Council's responsibility. We know that the late closure of the gate has impacted on some properties, and the report makes that clear. I've been asked how long that report will take. We will do this as quickly as possible, but I hope that everyone can acknowledge that detail and understanding are more important than speed. Next slide, please. I thought it would be, sort of helpful just to outline what those emergency arrangements are, both across the Local Resilience Partnership and the incident management teams. But I also thought it would be helpful right at the very start, because I've heard a number of comments, I've seen things written that, that the police called a major incident on the 6th of October. While that might be the case in other parts of Scotland, the police here in Tayside didn't declare a major incident until the 8th of October. And the first Tayside Local Resilience Partnership was held, as the report says, at 10:15 on that morning. Local resilience partnerships are part of the Scottish Government's approach to emergency planning and civil contingencies. Perth and Kinross is part of that local resilience partnership for Tayside, and it covers a range of activities, including the coordination across Tayside during the pandemic. It, however, not only deals with emergencies, but will cover event planning. So the local resilience partnership stood up as for the coordination of the Queen's cortege as it passed from Balmoral to Edinburgh through Tayside. Key members include ourselves, the other local authorities in Tayside, NHS Tayside, Public Health, Police Scotland and Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. The Met Office and SEPA attend those meetings when there is a weather flooding risk. The incident management team for Perth and Kinross is our local response, and we will stand this up as and when required. Sometimes it will be a physical meeting, often it will be as an exchange of information across phone calls, but everyone will know, as the report indicates, whether an incident management team is covered. And again, that will not always be weather related, because we will pick up events where we think that there needs to be an incident management team there as well. And in line with our normal annual practice, I chaired the Winter Weather Preparedness in September, to which all services and Health and Social Care Partnership attends. And that is to make sure that people are ready for, any emergency. Next slide. So moving on to the events of October, there are three periods covered by the report: the 6th to the 8th of October, Storm Babette on the 18th to the 21st of October, and the weekend of the 27th to the 29th of October. Each weather event had different forecasts and different impacts. However, there were cumulative impacts as the month progressed, particularly in relation to the saturation levels in the ground and on the roads across large parts of the council area. And while the report covers the three weather events, the initial request for this review was as a result of the flooding which occurred over the 6th to the 8th of October. As such, that weekend remains the main focus of the report, with specific emphasis on the flooding across the North Inch. I would offer reassurance that this is not intended to underplay or underestimate the impact on any other resident or any other business across Perth and Kinross. If you could move to the next slide, please. A number of weather warnings were received early in the week before the weekend of the 6th to the 8th, with the dates and times changing for when predicted rain would fall. And this is a relatively normal occurrence, as weather predictions, as we all know, can change over time. And this occurred when the weather warning changed to amber in the morning of the 6th of October. And at this point, and one of the questions I've also been asked a number of times, is that knowing about the weather warnings and flood warnings, why did the council not shut the Perth floodgates? These are closed using information received from SEPA based on the flow of the water and the high tide information. Weather warnings and flood warnings have never been the trigger for gate closures, with the exception of those on the South Inch, which are closed on a yellow. But this is due to surface water issues and not potential flooding from the Tay. And this is the approach that we've been using since the scheme was opened in 2001. From the issuing of the amber weather warning on Friday, the 6th of October, preparation activity got underway, including standing up available council and Tayside contract resources, checking with Scottish Water the Perth flood scheme pumps were working, and requesting Aberdeen City Council for additional resources for our out-of-hours contact centre. And again, this is all part of normal practice. However, the rainfall across Perthshire, which meant we were having to respond in multiple areas, but particularly in Aberfeldy, at Pitlochry, at Moulin-Burn, Bridge of Erne, Bankfoot, Ailith, Rattray, Tibermore and Medvin, and of course Perth City, which is the focus of a large part of the report. And over the course of the weekend, there was a landslip at Glen Lyon, which made access to the community there very difficult. But council officers delivered a quick solution within a matter of weeks, and the road reopened as quickly as possible to reconnect that community. Later estimates were that around 91 millimetres of rain fell that weekend, more than would normally fall in a whole month in an average October. The report also covers the weekend, the 8th to the 21st of October, known as Storm Babette. There were yellow warnings for high winds and amber warning for rain, which rose to a red warning for severe rain, which covered the northern edges of Perth and Kinross. Similar preparations took place in standing up staff, but as it was during the week and it was at the start of the winter standby arrangements, there were more available staff. And sorry, I should have gone back to that bit in terms of the 6th to the 8th of October. I've also been asked questions about the availability of staff. And while this is absolutely not an excuse, it was, sort of the weekend before the start of the winter preparedness, and the approach that we take always. It was the start of the school holidays. It was the council recess. And there were fewer resources and fewer staff available than we would normally like. And that is one of the learning points, and a big learning point that we can cover during the course of this meeting there as well. As part of that, sort of decisions were taken in terms of closing the Queen's Bridge. But despite the red warning, the water levels never reached those experienced on the 8th of October, underpinning the fact that it's not the level of the weather warning or the flood warning which is the important factor. There were power outages in Kettins, along with road closures, and a footbridge washed away. And work began on reinstating that pedestrian footpath at Inver, with investigations continuing into solutions at Rockmill Road near Dunkeld, which suffered a landslip as well. Invergowrie was most severely affected by this storm, with approximately 119 millimetres of rainfall near Invergowrie. Flooding issues were also experienced in Ailith and Cucarangus that weekend. And then moving to the last weather event covered by the review, which was the 27th to the 29th of October. There were again yellow warnings of rain in the days leading up to the weather forecast. And in line with normal practice, but particularly following closely on the back of the other two weather events, where a lot of rain was forecast, and there were those saturation levels, council officers again made preparations for that weekend. However, while there were a number of road closures in parts of Perth and Kinross and concerns about the burn in Cooperangus and surface water flooding in Bridge of Erne, the impact was limited. And again, that's not to take away from the experiences of those who were impacted that weekend. But even across these three events, hopefully you can see that the pattern, that the rain warnings, although similar in timing and content, resulted, as I've already said, in different experiences. Next slide, please. The report touches very briefly on, the impact of weather warnings and how many we've had over the course of a number of years. So weather warnings are issued by the Met Office, and it is not unusual, as we know, for those to be issued for Perth and Kinross, particularly for heavy rain. Since July 2020, excluding last month's weather warnings, we've had 153 yellow warnings, mostly for rain, but also for wind, snow or ice. But in that same period, there have only been 2 significant flooding events linked to a yellow warning. October 2021 affecting Alyth, Blairgowrie and Rattray, and September 2022 affecting Perth and Bridge of Erne. In that time, we've also had 11 amber warnings, only 2 of which led to significant flooding events. August 2020 for Perth, Alyth, Blairgowrie and Rattray, Dunning, Forgandenny and Kinross. But again, for Perth, that was surface water and not issues linked to the Tay. In February 2021, the amber warning there affected Aberfeldy, Bankfoot, Fiernan, Medvin and St Villans. And we've also had 3 red weather warnings, none of which are linked to significant flooding events. So that, is, the amount of work, the amount of times that, our officers look at what our response is, that response is put in place, and at times that response is stood up but has become unnecessary, and in other times, it is necessary. Very quickly then, I just want to turn to the Perth Flood Scheme Protocol. So that flood scheme protocol has been in place since 2001. There are 77 active gates on the scheme. 10 gates are permanently closed and 10 gates are closed during the winter from the 1st of October to the 31st of March. And the closure is triggered, as I've already said, by information that we get from SEPA in terms of tide level and water flow. And our experienced officers have been using that information since 2001 to make those decisions in terms of the closure of the floodgate. Moving then very briefly on, because I was going to talk in a lot of detail in terms of the decision making around the late closure of those gates, but I think that there is sufficient information within the report, and obviously, fully expecting questions on that. But, and that focus on the late closure of the gates, and again, we are absolutely not shying away from that. But in terms of the information sharing and the decision making between, ourselves and SEPA, that had been based on a lot of many years of experience in the discussions round about that. Moving on very quickly, so we stepped up our normal preparedness, for any event, looking at sandbags, managing road closures, monitoring the weather, but specifically as well, speaking with SEPA, but liaising with all of those potentially impacted of our 42 community resilience groups. On the leading up to moving on to the next slide, moving on, in terms of the yellow warnings, in line with our practices, I've already said, the South Inch gates were closed due to the yellow warning. Next slide. And then, whilst the next slide, that's it, no, don't go any further, that's it. While there are a number of yellow warnings issued in the days before, which changed the start time and the areas affected, These were all expected to be managed within the existing standby arrangements. When the amber warning was issued on Friday morning, the 6th of October, less than 24 hours before it was due to take effect, additional work began to find volunteers to supplement those standby arrangements, identify the parking and civil contingencies team members to support any flood response, including vehicles stocked with items such as sandbags, barriers and cones, alerting the community resilience groups, as I've already said, and again, sort of working with Scottish Water to make sure that the pumps on the scheme were working. We also then made contact with our out-of-hours service, and all of this is normal practice. However, as I have already said, this was 1 week before the winter standby arrangements, and there was a reduced council and Tayside contracts resource due to school holidays and the council recess. And as I've already said, this is not an excuse, but it is just a statement of fact. And while over the course of the 6th of October, I did not stand up an incident management team. I took a, sort of an experienced risk-based decision on that. But we made sure that people who would be asked to attend an incident management team were aware, which includes making sure that we've got arrangements for administering those and taking minutes of those as well. And that decision was made taking the best information we had available to us at the time. Officers kept in regular contact using mobile phones and other channels to ask questions, to pick up key points, pass on key bits of information, and allow everyone to direct resources. And this was used throughout the course of the weekend. The report then details, sort of in a lot, hopefully in a lot and sufficient information about the decision making. And again, that decision making was based by experienced officers using the best information that we had available at the time. But what I would like to then move on to with the next slide, sort of, and obviously we will answer questions on that preparedness, our, sort of our response and our reaction during the course of this meeting. But I just wanted, sort of, as Thomas had indicated, to, sort of to pick up, as the report does, the resident meeting key themes from last Wednesday. So clearly, a lot of questions around the timing of the closure of the War Memorial Gate and the planning for the weather, and hopefully in terms of my overview here, I've outlined in terms of the planning for the weather. The ways for residents to provide an early alert to issues developing. And this is one area, sort of in terms of what was, sort of a very difficult meeting for officers to hear in terms of how the flooding had impacted, but very helpful for us to hear that as well. And I was sufficiently concerned in terms of the information that was being passed to that out-of-hours contact service that we have in terms of the tone of the responses, but in one particular case about where that information that had gone to the customer service centre was passed on, if it was passed on, and how it was passed on. And those investigations are still continuing. I have asked to hear transcripts of conversations with the residents of Perth and Kinross because we need to get to the bottom of that. It's our responsibility, it's our contract with the out-of-hours service, but it seems to me to be an untenable situation where the bit that should work quite smoothly and where we get that information back, obviously there is a breakdown there as well. They also raised the issues round about the sewer network capacity. There are historic concerns in certain areas impacted by the flooding, particularly Commercial Street. And then, sort of understandable criticisms, and the Chief Executive has already picked that up in terms of visibility, support and effectiveness of council officers during and after the flood event. And that again is picked up as an improvement action. Moving on. And I am grateful for the comments that have been made already, sort of in the lead up to this meeting, but also, sort of from Councillor Allen and others, in terms of that this, sort of in many areas, a lot of our response did go well. The community resilience groups were as incredible as they always are, particularly in Alyth, Rattray and Aberfeldy. There was learning from the first event that we took into that was implemented during Storm Babette, and we have had very positive feedback in terms of support within the areas of Aberfeldy, Alyth and Invergowrie, and that communication between council officers on duty and wider resilience partnerships was also very effective. And my final slide is that the report outlines, sort of a number of key improvements. As I've said, we are already looking at reviewing our standby and out of hour arrangements. We cannot, sort of just sit back and go, well, we were short staffed that week. So we're looking at how we use other members of staff across the council to support this, and to take this forward as quickly as we possibly can. The flood scheme protocol and the communication with SEPA is a key issue in terms of all of this. We have already made an improvement that roads maintenance staff now have access to the actual data that SEPA hold in terms of water flows. What we don't have is the predictive data, because obviously you need the experience and of that SEPA can bring to that. But that at least gives us an earlier warning to allow us to prepare more than we had as well. In terms of the leadership team, then, sort of the report recognises that more people need to be able to do what, sort of needs to be done in terms of incident management team meetings and taking on the role of gold and silver commander, and that is already in place. And we also recognise that the work of the community resilience groups, as I said right at the very start, is invaluable, and we will need that more and more. So we will continue to work with those groups. We will continue to seek out other groups to be able to do that. And as the Chief Executive has already referred to, and as I have made comment on, we are reviewing the welfare response protocols and engagement with those impacted. Myself and officers in due course are more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Renton. As has been alluded to, there was a meeting held through in the Civic Hall last Wednesday evening, where affected residents and businesses were invited along and given the opportunity to share some of their experiences, but also ask questions of officers. But we felt that it was important that the committee could hear in public some of those testimonies. So we're going to move on to the deputations. We have, I think, we had 4 requests for deputations, but one person wasn't available to come along today, but we did. The committee services did circulate 2 statements from residents. Have committee had the opportunity to go through those? Yes. Okay. Thanks. So I wouldn't propose to read them out because obviously we can't ask questions of a deputation that isn't here. But I think we should take into account the in terms of when we get to our questioning of officers, and we should take into account those 2 statements that we've been provided with, if that's okay. So we'll turn now to the remaining deputations that we do have. First of all, I'm going to invite Councillor Bob Braun. Councillor Braun is speaking in his capacity as a board director of Live Active Leisure and on their behalf. Councillor Braun, as a formal deputation, I'm going to allow you 10 minutes to speak. My vice convener, Bailey, is going to give you timings, and he'll hold up a card when you've got 2 minutes left and 1 minute left. Councillor Braun.
Okay, apologies, convener, but I understand the lectern microphone is off on the blink. So
I'll be speaking from here, which is easier on the legs, but unfortunately, in the corner of my eye, I can see myself on the big screen, which is quite off-putting from my point of view. Convener, Vice Convener, elected members of the committee and officers, thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. Firstly, let me explain that I stand before you in my role as a member of the Board of Directors of Live Active Leisure, rather than as an elected member. As you will recall, during 2022, the decision was made and approved at full council to relocate the facilities of Rodney to Bells Sports Centre. This involved the introduction of new equipment and a degree of repurposing of the facilities at Bells. In all, this work came at a cost of £750,000, which was taken from financial reserves. Sadly, the events of 7th of October brought flood water to the North Inch, and Bells suffered an ingress of water which has resulted in considerable damage affecting all the ground floor areas. New gym equipment damaged, floors to affected areas, especially the main arena and squash courts, damaged, underfloor wood support damaged, office areas damaged, electrical equipment and circuitry damaged. So this goes on. Assessment is still ongoing for specific items. However, it is quite apparent that to reinstate Bells completely will cost in excess of £1.5 million. And I would suggest that there's likely to be closer to £2 million. We all know that in events such as this, water can come from overwhelmed drains as well as from rivers, but the amount of damage here cannot be attributed to drains alone. It seems quite apparent that the failure to close the floodgates as the precaution they are meant to be is a major factor, not just for Bells, but for surrounding residential properties. It is worth noting that during Storm Babbitt, when gates were closed, there was no water ingress at Bells. As my colleagues on the board say, not definitive proof of any failure, but, as is often said in planning, a material consideration. That said, it does show flood prevention works when implemented. As you would expect, LAL carries the usual fully comprehensive insurance that any other commercial organisation would have. However, following severe flooding at both Bells and the Perth Leisure Pool in August 2020, there was an exclusion clause on surface water flooding. As a result of this, specialist water flooding insurance was purchased in conjunction with an allocation of some reserves. Unfortunately, this does not apply to Bells now, where the premium to potential payout levels effectively meant that LAL was insuring Bells itself. It is no overstatement to say that Bells has been devastated by this event. Whilst there is a need to have a full review or inquiry as to what happened, and therefore a need to know who did what and what decisions were made, etc., this must not descend into a blame game. Council officers, whether any one officer or any group of officers, on resilience or any other duties, act for the body corporate, Perth and Kinross Council. Effectively, it will be Perth and Kinross that is the council that is accountable, if so determined, not any one individual. When carrying out a review of such a serious event as that on the 7th of October and subsequent dates, the most important outcome is that we find out what went wrong and learn from it. From reading the paper before you, it appears apparent that the major contributing factor seems to have been some form of exhaustive procedure involving SEPA prior to the decision to close floodgates, even though an amber warning was issued by the Met Office and had been in place for 2 days. For whatever reason, there was, or seems to have been, a breakdown in communication which left floodgates open, and when appropriate information was received, water pressure was too high to instigate closure. Some 6 weeks after the event, it is disappointing to read that a review of closure procedures will still involve SEPA. Surely it seems obvious that what residents and businesses want to hear is that in future, upon issue of a Met Office amber warning, floodgates will be closed immediately as a precautionary measure. As members will know, LAL works to a tight budget, and the last few years have been challenging in that respect. The company is working to a deficit position this financial year, which is being underwritten by reserves. So whilst there are financial reserves in place, once used, they are gone. And with PH2 on hold, much of those reserves are held to maintain existing facilities and services. Whilst I'm sure that fellow directors would not see the condition of Bells to be any more important than that seen by residents in their homes, there is a growing frustration that after 6 weeks, although there has been visits to view damage, there has been no approach with regards to discussing financial assistance, given that PKC is effectively the one shareholder. and the point has been raised that perhaps PKC should act as the insurer in these circumstances. Convener, we must now work in partnership to deliver an immediate financial support package which remedies the damage and the revenue loss and allows us to return crucial leisure and wellbeing activities in the shortest possible timescale. And finally, I would like to add another note following on from Councillor Allen, and that is to recognise the difficulties that residents have faced. I'd also like to thank officers who coordinated the responses with Tayside contracts to ensure that our roads were cleared, flood water was removed, trees cut down at the most difficult time in the most difficult of weather, and ensure that communications were restored as quickly as possible. And it will also mean to add my thanks to the resilience groups in the various areas. As a ward councillor in Blairgowrie and the Glens, obviously our area wasn't as badly affected as Perth, but there were threats of flooding, and I think the thanks to the resilience groups is necessary, and to the Tayside contracts workers who were working in appalling weather to keep roads open. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Braun. You happy to take questions?
I will do my best to answer. I think Mr. Cromwell was supposed to be online if anything gets technical, but I'm not sure if he's there.
Okay. Councillor Drysdale, you first.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Braun, for your deputation. And obviously, I have considerable sympathy for the experience suffered at Bells. But also obviously in terms of the experience suffered by many local residents on the 8th of October. It's well known that Bells over the years has suffered water damage, flood damage from different directions and different causes. Can you tell me, because I simply don't know, can you tell me whether Live Active Leisure has its own flood defences at the Bells site, and if so, what are they, and did they make any difference on this occasion? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. This is technical information that perhaps Mr. Cromwell might be able to answer if he's online. But yes, he's online, so he might be able to answer that. But I do know that after August 2020, some work was done to ensure that overflow from drainage and sewers was put in place. But he might be able to give you a bit more technical details on that.
Thanks. Mr. Cromwell, as Chief Executive of Live Active Leisure, if you're able to come in on that.
Good morning, councillors. Can everybody hear me okay?
Oh, yes, sorry, we can, very
great.
clearly.
Apologies, having some technical issues here, so just wanted to check. Yes, thank you for the question. Obviously, we have experienced floods before at Bells. I think that's widely known. Obviously, our last most significant one was in 2020, which, as everybody will remember, was described as a 1 in 100 year flood. But here we are again. So yes, as one would expect, we are at high risk of this. Therefore, it's something that we review in terms of our resilience. And following the flood of 2020, we made a number of changes within Bells in terms of our processes and procedures. And as Bob explained, we looked at some of the ways we could create additional resilience, whether that was in improving some of the drainage or moving some of our downpipes and roof pipes to try and mitigate the amount of water that was going to certain areas. We made some significant changes inside of Bells, where we had circulation areas that had timber subfloors, which obviously are a risk when you get any kind of water entry. We ramped certain areas, again, to try and mitigate the playing areas, to try and create that additional resilience for playing areas. And we also obviously looked at our own flood preparation. We obviously have our own protocols and procedures in place. We have a team meeting on a weekly basis to consider what the weather's like for the week and make suitable arrangements. We obviously receive any information through SEPA or anybody else in terms of our preparation for any adverse weather. We're obviously always well stocked in terms of bags or sealants or anything else that we can use, all of which were used on the weekend of the 8th of October. unfortunately, the volume of water overwhelmed the arrangements that we had in place on that particular weekend.
If I may, just a quick follow-up question, Mr. Cromwell, and we'll no doubt during the course of the morning and this inquiry we'll come into looking at timelines. Can you advise at what point during the day on the 8th of October that your flood defences were overwhelmed and the water began to come into the building itself?
We had some water ingress first thing in the morning by about 8 AM, but it was manageable, and so that can happen, and it's in areas where it's not impacting sporting areas, and therefore we're able to continue with our operations, albeit that we're going through dynamic risk assessments, if you like, as part of that process. So we did have water ingress from first thing in the morning, but obviously that significantly increased throughout the day up to the point of around about the midday mark, 1 o'clock, where we had to stop operations. We brought in additional staff during the day to try and support that dynamic risk assessment, to try and make sure that we were doing everything we could as an internal team to prevent water, but it wasn't possible. And then by 4 o'clock, my staff abandoned the venue. Obviously, it was the team did everything they could. They tried to salvage what they could over those intervening hours, and obviously make safe electrics as best we could as well. So, but we had some water ingress from 8 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you. Vice Convener Bailey.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the deputation, Councillor Braun. It's awful to hear the damage that's occurred at Bells, especially given the good work that's just gone into to refurbish and expand that gym. You mentioned that the damage could come to something between 1.5 million and £2 million. You mentioned as well the decision to self-insure for some risk that had been taken by the LAL board, but then later on in your contribution you mentioned that you sort of suggest that PKC might act as the insurer, the council. At the point when LAL took the decision to self-insure for some risks, did it set aside any kind of reserve or financial backup for if it had to make a claim against itself, so to speak? Thank you.
I think the question comes back to the way that the insurance works. As I said, after the flood of 2020, there was an exclusion on surface water flooding in the comprehensive insurance, and the system put in place, as explained, was there's a sensor on the walls, or originally on both buildings, and if water levels rise and touch those sensors, there's a payout. But obviously, and of course, the higher the sensor is on the wall, the lower your premiums, obviously. There is a circumstance, of course, there may be flooding, but it doesn't trigger the sensor. And because of that, a special amount of reserves are put aside as an insurance reserve, and that equates at the moment to £2.5 million. The situation that Bell's changed, I presume, because actuaries changed their thoughts on the risk. So the premium you paid for insurance, for specialist flood insurance, effectively equated to what you get if we had to pay out. So effectively you're insuring yourself. But there is a reserve put aside for that gap. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions for Councillor Braun? No. Okay. So next, I'd like to turn to Ms. Annabel Windsor on behalf of residents in Barossa Street. Just the same as before, you'll have 10 minutes, and my just take that one on the end there. My vice convener will just give you a note when you've got 2 minutes and 1 minute left, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents at Barossa Place. On Sunday, the 8th of October, 6 properties were flooded in Barossa Place, causing catastrophic damage as a direct result of water flowing through the open floodgates across the Inch and into the back alley behind our properties. This water cascaded through our gates at an alarming rate into the gardens and filled our properties at pace, resting at between 1 metre to 1.5 metres throughout each home. These properties are 1/4 to half a mile away from the River Tay. The flow of water was terrifying and resulted in the homes at Barossa Place no longer being habitable. Timeframes remain between 9 months to a year for restoration. We now no longer have our homes, our safe places. We've lost virtually all our belongings and have been left exhausted, distressed, and emotionally drained by this event. Following the decision that the gates could not be closed, the council did not consider or manage the risk factor that was presented to the residents in the surrounding area. At this point, no action support was offered to the residents whose homes were at immediate risk. We were not given any warning or alerted following the difficulty at 9:40 AM in trying to close the gates. Concerns for us at this time would be where and what direction is the water flowing? What is the impact of the water coming in through into the inch? What would be the impact at high tide? Which residents needed to be advised or supported once it was realised the gates could not close? What signage and media announcements needed to be shared to warn and advise the people of the risks of the water flowing? Despite 6 telephone calls from a resident in Barossa Place, there were no boots on the ground to assess the imminent flood or support the residents absorbing the impact of the floodwater. We fought to save our homes together. However, we were overwhelmed by the amount and force of water cascading across the inch and hitting our properties. Later in the afternoon, traffic wardens did arrive with sandbags. However, they were unprepared for our situation, as provision of sandbags at this late stage was not only futile, but demonstrated they were unaware that our homes were already submerged. They placed sandbags onto pavements and left. One attendant did listen to us, as did a local councillor who'd appeared. They left and tried to determine and manage the gate situation to the best of my knowledge. If we'd not received support from our local councillor throughout that evening and the emergency services and police, we would have been completely isolated. The properties flooded from around after 11 AM and the water did not settle in our properties until 6:14 PM. The floodgates were finally closed at 5:40 PM. Whilst extremely difficult, they were closed, despite the levels of water being higher and more forceful. The response has been disheartening and has felt limited and defensive. Residents have experienced impersonal automatic replies to emails, supposed hand-delivered letters which is found on stairs outside properties, and one visit from council flood experts. However, these generated a list of actions that were all on the residents affected and left a feeling that we should shoulder the burden of protecting properties. We believe we will never feel the same about our homes. Their values have been impacted and our confidence and feeling of security diminished. When we do finally return to our homes, it will be with increased anxiety and fear about remaining there in the future. And if we do want to move, unfortunately, we believe this choice now has been taken away from us. To date, the only recourse since the flood that we have been offered has been in the provision of skips in our street to dispose of our ruined contents, which has felt insensitive, or that we should raise complaints or consider making claims. The residents of Barossa Place believe the council have a duty to implicitly accept responsibility for the devastating consequences of the non-closure of the North Inch floodgate and should take the necessary steps to ensure that appropriate compensation resolution can be agreed with those affected in a way that does not exacerbate or cause further stress, anxiety or work for residents who are very distressed and without their homes. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Windsor. You happy to take questions from the committee? Great. Okay, Councillor Forbes, you're first.
You know the system better than we do. Thanks for that. That was obviously very difficult for you, so I'm grateful for you coming, and I'm sure your neighbours are equally grateful. Is it your opinion that had the floodgate been closed earlier, your house would not have been flooded?
On this occasion, yes, because we could see the amount of water coming from early in the morning, and so we'd already started making phone calls at about 10:34. The person on the end of that phone was very helpful and supportive, but we don't think that the messages were getting through. The amount of water that came cascading in across the inch was coming at pace. You could see the amount of water that was coming. I am amazed it never hit Rose Terrace in terms of the actual road, but what happens is that starts to go up to the road. There's a sort of slight incline, whereas once the water hits over beside Barossa Place, the walls where those houses start, there's a massive dip. So that water then cascaded down that dip and then had to reach up through the alleys at the back. And as people have alluded to, water is very difficult to get on top of. So once the momentum built up, I suspect with high tide, that you just could not cope with the level of water. The videos are quite distressing of seeing the water and the force that it was coming in. So it came in very quickly through gates and built up through 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 as the day progressed. So because of the volume of water coming directly in, cascading into gardens and then filling up your property, even though you were trying to prevent it, it was just too much. So it wasn't coming from the ground up, it was coming across and into the properties. So yes, that's why I believe that.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, convener. Thank you for your deputation. I can obviously hear the emotion in your voice, and deepest sympathies for all the impact that this incident has had on you. A couple of things I just wanted to clarify again for my own fuller understanding of the picture here. I did visit neighbours of yours. I don't think I met yourself when I came over the following week, and one gentleman in particular was very helpful in describing to me the timing of the water flow and the pattern of the water flow as it came across the inch and eventually flooded your properties. His account was slightly different from yours. I'm not saying which is correct and which is not, but just in particular in terms of timing. So if I've understood what you said there correctly, the flooding of your properties began around 11 AM and it was 6:14 PM that it kind of topped out, if you like, and that was the peak level. Have I got that right, or have I misheard you? If so, apologies for that. That's my first question.
Well, obviously, there's several properties, so they filled up, starting from one end, filling up. So we all had slightly different timings for our properties. So it was after 11 that we then, I remember one of the people who were helping me came running in saying the water's coming. So I think my first video in our garden was at 11:16, and then there are different timings for all of us, because once we were out of my property, we then moved into the next property to move and try and help. So it did sort of happen over a period of time. I was out my property by I think about 22 1:15, and then was in my next door neighbours trying to help, and then we got to a point where we had to get out of theirs, and so it went on. When I said that the water finished levelling out about 6:14, that's when the fire brigade were there in the afternoon and they were going and checking on our properties. So my last photograph, when the water didn't seem to be rising anymore and it seemed to have settled and go still, was 6:14. But because you couldn't get in and out of your properties because the water was so high at a certain point, it's difficult to say when it stopped filling up inside each one, because we were obviously going between each other's as it happened. So it happened progressively over a period of time. The speed of water was fast. Our gardens are huge because they're long walled gardens, so it's a lot of water to fill up and then move up through the alley. So it did feel different. So yeah, for example, for 9 and 11, they were actually thinking, oh, is it just my property, then the next property, they had pumps out and then their water came. So it appeared to keep coming over a long period, of, quite an extensive period of time. So each of us having a slightly different experience, but being there together, helping each other. So that's why I've categorised it at that period of time, because obviously I'm speaking for quite a few, for 6 properties. I hope that answers.
If I may, just firstly follow up on that with a comment. That's very interesting to hear your timeline. I was actually at the North Inch Gate around 11:30 to 12 noon, and looking at the North Inch Gate at that time, the water on the surface was nowhere near halfway across the inch. So I'm just, it's raised a question in my mind where that initial water flow came from. That's all I'm really saying. My second question to you, and again, I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to get it in the public domain. My understanding is that a number of the properties in Barossa Place, if not all of the ones affected, have their own flood gate system or flood protection in their gardens, maybe to varying degrees. I'm not entirely sure, but can you say a little something about what levels of your of protection that you have deployed for yourselves?
I just want to say that my first video was at 11:16, so we have some video footage of water coming into our gardens, just so. No, I know, I just wanted to share that. I think we've all got different things as a result of issues that we've had with groundwater over the last few years and at drainage, so we've worked with Scottish Water on that. There's applications in for flood prevented doors front and back, but that hasn't been progressed yet. I've personally spent a lot of money on pipe cameras and things under our properties. Some have got sump pumps. Return valves have been looked at, different types of approaches in within our gardens and at doorways, etc. So we have, employed a lot of money and time working with people to make sure that we are doing everything we can. But not everybody has had problems with flooding. Some people have been there 20 plus years and are flooded out this time. My next door neighbour is an example of that and never had a flood. So there's definitely affects slightly different properties at that section, but there are 2 or 3 of us who have been having issues, but that's been with groundwater and that has been manageable. Those of us who do also have a high number of pumps, so we had pumps on, etc., all in place to support, but that's normally water coming up. On this occasion, this was not water coming up, this was water coming across, coming through, filling up like a river coming into your gardens and then filling up your properties. It's like filling up a water tank. It was terrifying. So it was a different approach. But yeah, between us, we've got sump pumps, drainage, pumps of different kinds. Flood preventative doors are supposed to be getting in place, but not sorted yet. So we have, between us, those who have experienced have put time, effort and a lot of money. I know we've spent a lot of money having cameras looked at the drainage underneath our house and around our house to check that everything is how it should be and to the best that it could be in terms of us as private residents.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson next.
Thank you for your presentation. I come from Milnathort and I know what the effects of flooding have on families. And it's been really useful to hear what you're personally experiencing, that of your neighbours, and I sympathise with you all. Looking forward, what approaches have you had from the council with regard to help to rectify the situation that you've found yourselves in?
So we did get a letter, as I referred to, within a few days. We've had a flood bulletin given to us, and some of us have had flood experts come and look at the situation and talk to us about what happened on the day. And we've had a residents' meeting chaired by the Chief Exec, which was open and transparent. In terms of moving forward, I suppose it's been a listening exercise and an information exercise, not really a personal experience, and we've not yet got to where we go next. The flood experts listened to us, but it was very much about the sort of summary that we received was about a list of things that we could do or needed to do. And as referred to earlier, I suppose what we're looking for is more partnership with the council, working on how we move forward and how we are supported, and there is some kind of resolution to the situation that we find ourselves in, and that's what I think we're all looking for, is that partnership. Mr. Glenn has alluded to that today and at the open meeting, which is encouraging, but we're looking for that partnership. We're in a situation where at best we're 9 months to a year out of our homes. We're extremely concerned that we will not get reinsured, or the amount of difference of how much we're paying already, which I'm paying probably much higher than average because of over the last few years the changes in weather. So will we be reassured again? How much will that cost us? And then the situation we find ourselves in terms of being out of our homes, emotional distress. So it's that partnership working about how we move forward and how there's some kind of resolution to the situation that we find ourselves in, because to say we're worried would be an understatement. And you've worked all your life for your house and your mortgage, and then you're looking at it thinking it might not be worth anything now, or and your choices have been taken away. So it's about that compassion, that integrity, and that partnership working, which is what we'd be looking for to come to some resolution to the situation that the residents in Barossa Place find themselves in.
Councillor Allen.
I'm talking to a microphone, so I can't look at you. Annabelle, thank you for your deputation there. It must be quite something looking at a wall of water coming towards your property and not knowing what you can do, if anything. Just two short questions, if you don't mind. The first one was, did you suggest that you had or you hadn't been flooded before?
So I personally have, in August 2020, from groundwater situation, have had a flood before in their property, and at a previous other time I've only been there 8 years, but this flood was a very different experience and very different too. So, but yes, I have experienced that in the past, but in a different way.
Okay, thank you for that. And turning it around a wee bit, I'd just like to ask, what do you think that the council could have done better on that Sunday?
I just want to finish your last question. Not everybody in Barossa Place has been flooded before. For example, one of the properties has been there 20 years and they've never been, and they're right next door to me. What would have been better on the day? I totally understand Perth and Canoss is a big place and resources were potentially stretched. I did receive supportive phone calls back and to and from, but myself and somebody else in my house is working on it. I have a concern, but was the right information passed along so that people knew how desperate things were becoming at Barossa Place and the amount of water that was in our properties. Sandbags did come, as I said, but that was way too late, and the people weren't aware when I was asking questions. They weren't aware of what I was talking about. We were fortunate that a local councillor had turned up and they started to listen and realise the gravity of the situation, because if you're garden apartments, you might not see from the street of how difficult things were. Some of us had been worried and up with the waters at 7 in the morning, so you weren't dressed in clothes, for example. so was I concerned about not knowing and coming to I suppose somebody coming to see and assess the situation. I was starting to get scared that where was going to go next. Our properties were filling up. You could see it coming to the road. The fire brigade were extremely helpful and supportive. So were the police. One traffic warden, I don't know who he was, but he did listen to me, and the local councillor did go off to try and see, because I was concerned that this was now middle to late afternoon and the gates were still not closed. So they did go off to try and find support, but there was no other presence that I was aware of during that time, apart from the councillor, the police, and the fire brigade. So once the sandbags were left, that these gentlemen, these people left us too. So it did feel very isolating and disconcerting, because you weren't quite sure what to do next or what was going to happen next, because I was aware that the gates were still open. So I was thinking, where is the water going to go next for us all? So people were starting to advise each other to move cars, etc. People were obviously aware that it was happening to some extent, because we did have a problem with the amount of people that were coming to look and spectate and take videos of you while you're in your pyjamas and your welly boots, which was a bit disconcerting. I think it was the police, finally, I think when the councillor spoke with the police, made the decision that the road needed closed. So the emergency services were extremely helpful. They could not actually pump out the properties on Barossa Place at that time, because they explained the water would just be going back onto the inch and coming back round. But once there was a difficulty in Rose Terrace, they were able to support those properties there, and then they came back the next day to pump out our properties. They started at 9 in the morning and didn't finish till 10 to 5, pumping my property and another property, and then they pumped the other properties as the days went ahead. So I suppose it was presence. I'm aware that there'll have been amazing things happening across the authority, I'm quite sure, and it has been shared. But unfortunately for us, we didn't experience that during that time, and that was a concern.
Thank you. Councillor Smith next.
Thank you very much for your deputation there. When you bought your house, there was a flood scheme in Perth. I presume you were fully confident that it would keep the water back. Now, what I mean by that, if I can follow up, is you've done things to mitigate problems coming up the way, and it must have been, your confidence must now be shattered because of one gate. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, if I'm honest, when we bought our property, our home report states that there was no flood concerns for that property. I don't think I would have bought it if there had been. It's a beautiful garden apartment, which we completely renovated, thinking it was there for retirement. It has amazing gardens, these properties. Lorna next door has never been flooded. So yes, I think I could say on behalf of the whole of my street, there is huge loss of confidence and worry. I have struggled to actually go back into I'm quite a together person. I've actually struggled to go back into the property. I found the whole situation, and I've had serious things in life before, worse than this actually, but it was the whole experience was terrifying too, and I think that I would want to get that across for the residents, that it was quite a terrifying experience on the day. My husband and his friend were stuck in the back garden at one point because we couldn't open the doors because the water was rising so high, so we were trying to slow up the damage. So yeah, our confidence is shattered.
Thank you. And Councillor Welch.
Thank you for hearing your experience of the day, and I must offer my absolute sympathy to the situation that you find yourself in now with your home. I'm so sorry to hear that. Just to clarify a couple of things that you mentioned, and also there's detail in the report, but you talked about at 9:40 AM difficulty experiencing closing the gates that you're aware of, and then you mentioned later on that the gates were closed at a later time when the water levels apparently were higher. Have you received any sort of communications as to why it was possible to close the gates later on when apparently the water level and maybe the issues were more extreme at that time? Thank you.
We're aware from the council, obviously it was really difficult to close the gates at 5:40, and I know it took a long time, and probably very brave people doing it too. What my experience was that the traffic warden and councillor arrived back with a key to go and open the gates, and they went to open the gates. I was there when that conversation was had, and I think some people from the fire brigade went over, but I know that wasn't just them that closed it, or if it was them that actually closed it, because I'm aware that Tayside Contracts, I think, correct, closed the gates. I wasn't over. I was informed because I was there that it was about 5:40 that the gates got closed. Having worked with the fire brigade, we kept checking our properties, and it was just after that that the water then seemed to go still. So it was 6:14 was my last picture. But yes, compared to the amount of water that we were seeing coming into the inch first thing in the morning, compared to the amount which was then on the inch and inside our buildings, the amount of water would have been substantially more by then, because high tide had also been too. So it's from that basis that I can assume from being there, the residents being there, seeing the amount of water that had come through and the pace it had come through, that there was more water. It was probably heroic in the efforts to close the gate, and I think it did take a good while to get the gates closed. It wasn't an easy thing to happen, but it's about 5:40 where they were made aware that the gates were closed, and it was from the information from the council that I know it was about the 9:40 time that they were trying to close the gates in the morning. Obviously, we're piecing information together with our experience.
Thanks. And Bailey Hearn, you wanted to come in with a quick comment?
Yeah, it was just to clarify some of the timings that Annabelle was just talking about there. I was the one that was present at the time. We did, one of the traffic wardens and myself did go off to see if we could find some more information in the key, and that was to a fire unit that was in Northport. We couldn't find the key or any information from there, so we went back to Barossa Place, and it was then that he left to go and find somebody from Tayside Contracts. He was away for about an hour and a half, did come back, and then he went off to try and see what he could do. And in chats with the fire service, we asked if a couple of firemen could go and help or make sure that it was safe to do so. And that was the timeline, the clarity there. And at some other point, I wasn't at the gate. I was further down in Barossa Street with the residents. And it was at that point that some point between that and when the gates were finally shut, that Tayside Contracts must have come along with the tractor to finally pull them closed.
Okay, thanks. I'm not seeing any further questions in the chat. Ms. Windsor, thank you very much. And obviously the committee's deepest sympathies for your situation and that of your neighbours and the other affected residents. I'm not sure if I mistakenly introduced you as from Barossa Street. It's Barossa Place. That's fine, thank you. Next, I had indicated that we wouldn't read out the statement from the deputation that couldn't make it today, but I've had representation that they would like it read out, so I'm going to pass over to the clerk to read out the statement.
Thank you, Convener. And this is a statement from Gillian Kindness read. Sorry, a statement from Gillian Kindness, resident of Commercial Street. I stay in a private let in Commercial Street. I was one of 5 residents who were flooded out their home on Sunday the 8th of October. I have provided this impact statement as I have found it a traumatic experience which has taken its toll on my health and finances. I am used to getting automatic SEPA flood alerts. However, it was clear the river was rising significantly, and living by it for over 7 years, I could tell on the evening, Saturday the 7th, that it was higher than I'd ever seen it. Even when they closed the gates, as a precaution over 2 years ago. I contacted the emergency council number at about 10 p.m. on Saturday evening and asked when they were going to close the floodgates, as my elderly neighbour's balcony overhung the river and it was very close to breaching. The council officer who phoned back reluctantly agreed that somebody would come up from the harbour area to speak to me. That person arrived about 11 p.m. and was going to leave without speaking with me. When he did, he was quite rude and patronising and said they had everything under control and had been in contact with SEPA. He also said it was likely that the Pitlochry Dam was going to be opened, and at that point they may close the floodgates in the morning. Around 7 a.m. on Sunday the 8th, when I got up, my garden was completely submerged with water coming up the side gate from the main walkway, which came from the Norrie Miller end of Commercial Street. The drain could be seen bubbling away and had been clearly backed up. Photos on social media showed water flowing from the Norrie Miller River Tay area as the gates at the end of Commercial Street were still open and would have contributed to the amount of flooded water. At 7 a.m, the barriers in my garden had not been closed, even although flooding had commenced. I therefore phoned the mobile number of the council officer who had phoned me from the flooding team and the night before and asked when they were coming to close the gates. He said they had mobilised the team at 5 a.m. and were waiting for them. They eventually closed the flood barriers in my garden at 9 a.m, at which time the water was significantly in the back garden close to my property, and it was still 3 hours before high tide. I asked when we're going to pump the water out of the area in Commercial Street, which apparently happened nearly 8 years ago. The supervisor said they were not going to do this. I had to ask several times and they were quite unhelpful, but he said he would make a phone call and find out. They were about to leave and I sent them back because they actually were going to leave shutting the floodgates as my neighbours, and I would have come right into their house. About 10 minutes later, the supervisor came back because he lost his spanner and was looking for it amongst the flooded garden. I asked again what was happening about the pumping of the water, and he said that Scottish Water had been pumping the water for 24 hours. I said to him it was Tayside Contracts who had pumped the water previously, and clearly there was a problem because the drains were backing up a significant part of the public walkway and garden. He left with no advice. I have no idea who he phoned as Scottish Water said they received no call until the 27th of October. In addition, my neighbour advises she asked also about the pumping of the water and was told they had run out of resources. If they had been pumped at this time, it would likely have prevented the water destroying 5 homes. At about 10:30 a.m, I phoned the council emergency number because the previous mobile phone had then been switched off. They were not helpful at all. They said that somebody would come down at some point with sandbags. I explained my situation with my health because I'm in a wheelchair and crutches. I'm diabetic and being treated for cancer, but that appeared to make no difference to them and they said it wasn't their problem. Some workers arrived with a few sandbags to supplement mine. They moved mine to my back door from the side gate. I also had a hydro snake at the front door and back doors that were clearly insufficient for the amount of water. So they said they would be back in half an hour with some more sandbags, but that never happened. The first sight of the sandbags arriving was about 4 hours later at 3 p.m, which were dumped at the top of the steps, and there would have been no way that I would have been able to bring them down myself. My neighbour brought some down, however. By that time the houses had already been flooded. If sufficient sandbags had been delivered timely, it would have stopped 5 homes being flooded. The water started to come up the drains of the shower at about 11 a.m. and subsequently flooded to the hall and the kitchen. As the tide rose, the water rose to over a foot in the garden and entered the back of the house and then the front. Every inch of the floor area was soaked with sewage and drain water. All my furniture was ruined, as were personal belongings. Thankfully, I'm insured. Some affected are not. Several phone calls were made by myself and also my friend as she could see I was starting to struggle. She's a GP and she advised the council that I was clinically vulnerable. However, still, there was no assistance given at any point and said it made no difference. All the council advised was to phone the fire brigade. I had no option but to do this, and it was subsequently transpired that my neighbour had also been told to phone the fire brigade. They arrived from Dundee at about 3 p.m, clearly not happy at the lack of council action. Even when they escalated my situation, they were told no help could be given. They then agreed to pump the water for a short time and the water left the house almost instantly. However, it was still about a foot high in the garden and surrounding area when they left. Despite there being clinically vulnerable residents as well as 2 council tenants, there was no evacuation plan or any evidence of major incident plan being invoked. No help was given regarding accommodation on the day or management of the escalating situation. It was clear I couldn't stay in the house, and as there was no help from the council, a couple of friends came from Luncarty, taking several hours in the flood so it could help me get out of my property safely and tackle wading through water and the 23 steps on crutches whilst my wheelchair was carried up. This left me in considerable pain. I would emphasise no one from the council appeared after the guys with the original sandbags at 10:30. There was no help whatsoever, despite Barbara Renting advising council officers, including community wardens, had been dispatched to knock on doors and check on residents. The flood team in the morning took no action about the existing flooding, and there seemed poor communication or coordination between the services and other authorities, e.g. Scottish Water, social work, housing, etc. It took 10 days before anybody in the council visited my property, and only that was after I complained on the night of the flood. The only person who visited me was Pete Wisher. Little support has been given to myself and my council tenant neighbours, and there has been a poor lack of communication from council housing team, and this is a continuing situation with my neighbours, also stating that updates on housing are not forthcoming and they have no idea of future housing cover replacement. For me, having to spend a month living in a travel lodge, my physical and mental well-being has been significantly impacted upon at a time I least needed it. I have now found alternative temporary accommodation on a short-term basis while my private let is dried out, sanitised, repainted and repaired. I have to start all over again and purchase almost everything. I have very little support from the council housing team, who were extremely rude and lacking compassion for a situation which was not my doing, and this was witnessed by a number of people who were with me at the time. I have had inadequate support from the occupational therapy department, although they know I have lost medical aids, which I need, and without them has put me at significant risk. I have needed medical intervention as a result. For the emotional impact has been immense. Although I was housebound, I had a degree of independence. I lost that completely, having to rely on my friends for even the basics, as I don't have family close by that can provide support. That has left me feeling very vulnerable and in fear of it happening again. I have also suffered financially, and this will no doubt continue with difficulties with insurance in the future. Furniture, TVs, etc. can be replaced, but sentimental items cannot. I had only just received from my mother some of my parents' furniture and mementos, but many have gone, and it's difficult to explain to someone with dementia why her precious belongings have been destroyed. I was also a twin and sadly lost my brother when I was 11. I only had one video of us playing as youngsters in my grandparents' garden. That has been very heartbreaking, and that's all been very difficult to come to terms with, all because someone made a decision not to shut the gates early enough and not to pump water away from the homes. That's the consequences of the processes not being followed. I hope whoever are responsible are held accountable and have the moral decency to apologise personally. I've put in a formal complaint with photographic evidence and await a response and consultation. I'm contactable out with the committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. And obviously our sympathies go to Ms Kindness and her neighbours over in Commercial Street as well. Councillor Forbes, you had a quick question about this.
Yeah, obviously we can't question the petitioner, but is it okay to have a question for officers on that particular matter?
Could we keep questions for officers until we get to that point? Just because I'm trying to manage the agenda and I'm conscious that we've got less than an hour and a half left of our scheduled time, but there will be lots of questions on the main body of the report, if that's okay. Going to turn now to Mr Ross as the next deputation. Mr Ross, if you want to come up just to the end point there. Mr Ross is from Rose Terrace. My vice convener will stick the flags up just to indicate your time left. You've got 10 minutes. Thanks.
My circumstances are not as harrowing as what we've heard already. I'm still able to live in my property on Rose Terrace, and you know, the circumstances surrounding the kind of after impacts in my life. I haven't lost any personal belongings or anything like that. The reason why I want to speak today is I really want two things to come out of this. The first is an admission from PKC that not closing the floodgates, which caused the flooding in these properties that day, was negligent, and therefore we can get on with the legal settlements and financial compensation. And the second is I really want to make sure that if we're going to continue living in these properties, that this cannot happen again. Okay, and for me, that means that it cannot sit solely with Perth and Kinross officers going forward. It needs to include backups, contingencies, whether it's, you know, Fire and Rescue Scotland and keys for the thing there, whatever. But my faith in Perth and Kinross officers is non-existent just now. And I don't believe that the judgments that have been were taken that week are good enough. You know, whether you do that in hindsight, whatever. But these people are paid a lot of money to do a job that's very important, and that should be done with an abundance of caution and foresight at the time. And there's nothing that will change my opinion or the way I feel about living in that property going forward, unless it's some of that is taken out of Perth and Kinross councillors' hands. So whether it's local resilience groups so that residents can take some ownership of it, whether it's keys at Scottish Fire and Rescue Services, but the residents who live in these properties need to be in control of those gates going forward. You know, it blows my brains that, from what I've heard today, a scheme that was put in place in 2001, we're still using the policy from when that was implemented. Now, SEPA have put in yellow, red weather warnings since then, and the policy's not been updated. 2001, it's 20 years. So the first thing I really want to do is get to the facts of the matter, which is, had the floodgates been closed, these properties would not have been flooded. And not closing the floodgates was negligent. Now, I've paused legal action at the moment because I want to give the council a chance to do the right thing. I want to give the council a chance to mitigate its legal expenses and therefore its costs by coming to a kind of speedy conclusion on that. But that's kind of where I am with it. And that's the real point I want to make today, is that, you know, I guess from outside looking in, we're 6-7 weeks into this process. It seems to be moving at light speed for a local authority, but that's still slow for people who've been impacted. And we need to get there quickly. You know, on the day in question, I was actually up in Aviemore until about 3 o'clock. I got sent a WhatsApp picture of the fact the council hadn't closed the gates. I'm assuming everybody in the room has seen social media pictures or pictures of that. I mean, it looks like negligence. So I rushed back to Perth thinking, Christ almighty, what's going to happen to my house? I get here. I live in 15. My tenants, I own 15B. The tenant's a young couple. I find them at 5 o'clock at night when I arrive in the street, having to put all their belongings into a car because they've got 6 inches of water through their whole place. This is a young couple, right? They've moved. They moved to Perth this summer with a view of starting traineeships in local law firms to set up a life here. They don't live here anymore. They now live in Queensferry. Yeah, that is the type of person that we should be trying to get to move to this town so that there's a future for this town. They don't live here. They don't feel safe living here anymore. I had a tenant living in my kind of granny flat on the other side. He actually plays for St Johnstone, so he was up at Pittodrie that night. They didn't get back to Perth till about 10 o'clock that night. I had to pack his stuff up for him and move it so that wouldn't get wrecked. That's not fair on anyone for a stranger, effectively, to be packing up your belongings so they don't get, you know, it's not cool, it's not fair. And throughout this time, there wasn't any officers. There was council members there, and I actually really respect what council members have achieved post-flooding. But there was no council officers, nobody from housing, nobody from social work, nobody checking basic stuff. You know, it's all well and good to say we sit in silos, but like, you have all the information. You know who lives in what properties. You charge everybody council tax. You know who lives where. You know, you know the vulnerabilities. It's all there. You just have to think about asking the right questions. You know, somebody who I really respect, I spoke to yesterday on the phone, and it's the little bits of critical thinking. If you can't close the gates, dump a whole truckload of type 2 in the space, in the hole in the wall. Stop the water coming in. You know, if you can't muster enough people to close the gates, phone the fire brigade. These aren't difficult things. Like, you know, it's just to throw the hands up and go, well, it's tough, innit? You know, if you know that you're going to have a major incident over a weekend, why not shut the gates? Because you might have limited resources that you might need to use in Alyth and Bridge of Earn and all across Perth and Kinross. Why leave yourself exposed? And I'm expected to somehow draw some comfort that these officers potentially are still going to be in post, marking their own homework, reviewing the policy, and then making a judgment next time it rains. It's, yes, the corporate body of PKC is responsible for this, and it's them that will have to pick up the tab, but it's human beings that make decisions. And those decisions taken by human beings have severely impacted the life of some of my neighbours, have severely impacted the lives of tenants which I had, which I was able to thankfully rehouse in other properties in the town that night. But it's ridiculous to sit here and expect somebody who wants to live in the town, wants to live in that property, to be at risk of these people making decisions again going forward. You know, it's not a multi-agency thing. There needs to be backups. If you've got residents telling you at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning to close the gates, we should have a mechanism in place to override non-action by PKC. It can't simply be that, well, the one run like to run. Who the hell was running around the park that weekend? Who was taking their dog for a walk? It's just the whole thing has been mental. It's been catastrophic failure and an inability to think on your feet and solve problems. And if you're a gold commander of an emergency response unit, you need to be able to think creatively and out the box and solve problems as they happen, not sit with a flow chart and work out what's the next thing. Oh, I don't have enough people. Well, that's it. You know, that's my point, and that's what I hope that this situation does, is one, addresses the financial compensation, which I do genuinely believe, and my lawyers believe very strongly, is there in terms of the liability, so we can tidy that up and get on with it, right? The quicker we do that, the cheaper it is for the taxpayer, the better it is, better outcomes for the residents. And the second thing is that this does not happen again, and therefore it cannot sit solely with PKC until they've built up anything like the level of confidence among residents. And that's really all I kind of have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross. Have we got any questions, Mr. Ross? Not seeing any in the chat. Okay, thank you very much. Could you just hit the microphone off? That would be great. And our last deputation, Councillor Peter Barrett from Perth City Centre Ward has requested to address the committee on a matter affecting his ward, so we will allow him 5 minutes. Councillor Barrett, please.
Thanks very much, Convener, and thank you for reading out Gillian Kindness's email, which I think was a very telling contribution to today's meeting. My focus and concerns are on the decisions, obviously, not to close the North Inch floodgates at the Dry Arch and the 51st Highland Monument over the weekend of the 7th to 8th of October, when it was still possible to do so. How consideration was given to flood warnings and river tail levels and tidal information issued by SEPA, and why it wasn't until Sunday evening before an incident management team actually met. Convener, I have to say that I didn't find the report that you have in front of you to be an easy read. It lacks a comprehensive timeline, which I think could have helped members of this committee considerably. And I think that this is particularly disappointing because Councillor John Duff specifically asked for timelines, and the spreadsheet of responses to members indicated that would be in the report. My biggest concerns are around the description of events, information and decision making, starting with paragraph 629 of the report. Why was no information provided or sought on flow rates at Balathy during Saturday until after 7 p.m, especially if this information is critical to decision making on floodgate closures? With regard to paragraph 6.30, why was Floodgate Plan 9 not implemented from 8:14 p.m? Even though it would not have been fully implemented by high tide, it would have secured all the gates before the Sunday morning inundation. Why did the 1400 metre cube per second flow rate not trigger an incident management team and gate closure plan 9, particularly between then and the period until 12:40 a.m. On Sunday, which is referred to in paragraph 633, when, to be blunt, it appears that SEPA continued not to have a clear picture of what was going on. The elected member briefing of 7th of October, issued at 15:51, states that an IMT is on standby and will meet as and when required, and we've heard that repeated today, but it still didn't happen. So there seems to be a discrepancy between Appendix 1, weather-related approach to an amber weather warning, and the actual response on the ground, particularly with regard to the holding of an incident management team. And I appreciate that the decision is for the Gold Commander, but I would like to know more about the risk assessment process. Who prepares the risk assessment? Is it solely the RMP duty officer? How does the Council ensure that that assessment is comprehensive and sound? And is the process agile enough to be short-circuited in response to dramatically increased flow rate information, particularly under the pressures of a severe weather event? The report states in paragraph 913 that not having an incident management team does not preclude direction and advice being sought and provided. Convener, I'm not a fan of double negatives, and I'm always wary of them. The report doesn't actually say whether there was sufficient or adequate advice and direction actually sought and provided in the absence of the incident management team. So the questions that I want to ask are, to what extent did not holding an incident management team meeting impact upon the lack of provision of respite accommodation and support to flood affected houses and businesses, such as opening up of the Civic Hall here as a welfare hub? To what extent did it prevent officers and the command structure from seeing the bigger picture through gathering and sharing of observations and intelligence regarding water levels and flooding events and the likely impacts downstream in Perth? For example, the situation in Aberfeldy on Saturday, the 7th of October, and the flow rates provided by SEPA late on Saturday. Thirdly, to what extent did it prevent adequate staffing of the out-of-hours call centre being stood up in Aberdeen? The report shows that less than half of the calls from people in crisis were actually responded to by the council, and that doesn't seem good enough to me. I think going back to Mr. Ross's question, why was the JCB not deployed to the North Inch floodgates to shut them in conjunction with the trained crew who were stood about waiting for the sectional barriers at the viewpoint on the Sunday morning? There was a team of trained qualified people there to do something, and they were stood around doing nothing while they waited for those barriers. Paragraph 917 seems to be self-contradictory. It states that the plans to respond out of orders were initiated as appropriate and within available resources, but then goes on to state that the out-of-hours arrangements are insufficient to carry out the floodgate closure operations out with the winter period. And it does seem to me that there's a serious flaw, that if it happened a week later, things might have been okay, but because it was the dates that it did happen in, that was the reason that there weren't sufficient people to respond. And I think, again, going back to Mr. Ross's point, I think we need to consider how simple is the flood scheme protocol. Are 12 gate closure plans unnecessarily complicated and confusing? And are they fit for purpose given the increased severity of weather events that we now experience compared to 21 years ago? Thank you, Convener.
Thanks very much, Councillor Barrett. Have we got any questions for Councillor Barrett? No. Okay. So thank you again to Ms Windsor, Ms Kindness, Councillor Braun, Councillor Barrett, and Mr Ross for their deputations. I know that some of those deputations were question heavy, so hopefully we can reflect that in the questioning of officers, but absolutely in response to Mr Ross, we're determined to make sure that we get to the bottom of this and to make sure that it doesn't happen again. The next item is to actually discuss the report with questions. It is 11:54. I would propose that we take a break until a recess until 12:05 or 12:10. 12:05. And then come back and we'll proceed with the questions and recommendations. The latest I think I can legitimately push to the end of the meeting is 1:30. So in the session after the recess, if members and officers can be as concise as possible with their questions and responses, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. The committee stands in recess. So welcome back to members of the committee and officers and members of the public. I'll just wait until we sort out that echo. Thank you for coming back so promptly. I'm advised that we may be able to go beyond 1:30. It's obviously an important issue. The convener of the Finance and Resources Committee, starting at 2, will entertain a slightly later start, but I would like to get through the business, as I said, as concisely as possible. I don't want to limit questions. I don't want to. I want us to have comprehensive answers, but if we can do that as concisely as possible, that would be, I think, helpful. We'll now go on to questions on the report. Oh, sorry, I should have said as well, this will not be the only meeting that we have. There are further reports and investigations to be and discussion by the committee to take place. So we will be arranging further opportunity for that to happen. We will be having further discussion with partner organisations, and we will need to hear back about that and consider the council's response. And we also want to hear about some of the areas of good practice. I highlighted one of those at the IJB, the Integration Joint Board meeting, on our winter plan a few weeks ago, whereby in actual fact over that first weekend in October, the 7th and 8th, there were only 2 care at home visits missed across Perth and Kinross, and they were dealt with by neighbours and family. That's an astonishing achievement. So there are, similarly, I'm familiar with the particular situation with the resilience team in Alyth. That was an excellent example of where previously we'd had major problems with flooding, and the council had responded by putting money into the budget for resilience work in Alyth. Alyth's one of the situations where, in actual fact, most roads into the town get blocked when there's bad flooding. So there has to be resilience within the community, and that really came to the fore in the events in October. So that's an excellent example of good practice. And I would like to focus on obviously addressing the issues where there are things have gone wrong and we need to improve, but also where things have gone right and where we can build on that learning. Just a reminder that I did when in my email to all of the members of the committee yesterday evening, I did focus on towards the end, that we need to consider the recommendations, whether there are any changes to the recommendations that we need to make in the report that we need to make, and whether there are any additional recommendations that we would like to make to take forward. So bear that in mind with the questioning for when we come to actually discuss the recommendations and what we'll do going forward. We will go to questions on the report now. First of all, did you have a question for the Chief Executive? Okay. Right. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to go through the report. I'm going to take it section by section using the bold subheadings, but that will not limit question. We will not limit going back and forward if people have a something subsequently arises where it refers to an earlier section of the report, and we will also allow general questions. You indicated first of all to me, Councillor Forbes, that you had general questions, so if you come in on that, please.
Two, and I'll make them very quick. Hopefully the answers can be quick. The first one is on the matter of dredging. Are we allowed to dredge rivers? If we are, could we dredge Invergowrie Burn? And if we're not allowed to dredge rivers, why is that, and what can we do to change it?
Who'd like to come in on that? Mr. Dixon from Flooding and Structures.
Sorry, Councillor Forbes, I didn't hear what watercourse it was you mentioned. Can you hear me now? Okay, you hear me now? But it's an engineering activities licence by SEPA. So yeah, you can't do it, you have to get a licence for it. The question is it the best way of dealing with flooding? The answer generally is no, because what you're trying to do in dredging is contain a complete flood, a lot of water which spreads across a wider floodplain within the channel of the river, and most rivers will never be able to be engineered to deal with that amount of water, and it can be environmentally damaging in terms of things like the impact on the kind of ecology in the river, but also in things like the stability of the river, the sediment transport, because you are interfering with the river and could be causing problems in terms of things like erosion and accretion, which could undermine riverside structures, bridges, retaining walls, and that kind of thing. So there can be quite big impacts from it. And what we tend to find is that dredging purely just passes on the flood risks somewhere else, either further downstream. We get flooding in other areas, so it's not always the most sustainable solution. So we'll look at it, but we'll look at other options as well when we do our flood studies. And I think in terms of Invergowrie Burn, there was a study done and reported to the Climate Change Committee about a year or so back, and the conclusions of all that are contained in that report.
Okay, thank you. Do you want your question on your other general question? Okay. Okay, I've got, hang on, I'm going to just check that we've covered off the general questions. Okay, so Councillors Frampton and Robertson, could you indicate whether it's a general question or whether it's something that on the first section that I was going to take, which was sections 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 under the existing procedures?
I was wanting to ask a question if the Perth Flood Scheme protocol, that's 5.11.
Is it? Oh, right, okay. Okay, right, so we'll come to 5.11 in a moment. Bailey Ahern, can these questions be wrapped up in terms of the report, or do they specifically need to be addressed as general questions just now?
It's based on the statement from Barbara during her opening remarks about the statement made from SEPA about the police response to the SEPA statement. If I could just read it out, it was SEPA put out a statement and highlighted unusually part of their statement about flood forecasting in Perth, and it said SEPA began warning public parts, including Perth and Kinross Council, of potential flooding on Wednesday the 4th of October in our daily flood guidance statements. The highlighted bit is on Friday the 6th of October, a flood alert covering the region was issued. An amber weather warning issued by the Met Office for heavy rain was in place, and a major incident was declared by Police Scotland. Through Saturday the 7th of October, these messages were updated and repeated with partners. It then goes on to say, in addition to this, on Sunday the 8th at 6:34, a local flood warning for a specific area was issued several hours before the flooding impact occurred. And it was just to clarify that statement from the police and what the response was on the 6th of October, or on the 4th of October and the 6th of October, to that statement coming out, and whether that played any impact to the events of the weekend. Because if that impact, the statement from the 6th is issued, if the major incident was issued on the 6th, was that what actions was taken, and if not, why were actions not taken then?
Thank you, convener. This goes back to, and it was quite an interesting discussion for information. Then the Chief Executive and I met with the Chief Executive of SEPA and senior officers from SEPA last Tuesday. And one of the things that we did discuss there was very clearly in relation to the flood warnings and the weather warnings and the local flood scheme protocol. At that point, and this isn't about, I am absolutely clear that this is not about allocating or attributing blame to any other organisation or anything. And the report does make reference to, at some points, there is a disparity between the information that we hold and the information some partners hold as well. And that is normal in circumstances as well. At that point, I clarified that the police in Tayside did not call a major incident until the Sunday morning. There may have been national major incidents. That was based on information that they would have had for other, areas. But the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership was called at 10:15 on Sunday morning. But what the report indicates, and what I covered in my opening remarks, was what we did when the amber warning came in, so that we were working to our normal yellow, closing the gates, and then after the amber warning, bringing in as many staff as we could at that time. So I am always clear that, in these circumstances, we look at the information that is available locally. And as I've said, that the flood warning and a weather warning have never been the triggers apart from the South Inch gates. It is the telemetry and the high tide information that has been in existence for a number of years. What we did agree with SEPA is that clearly in relation to the impact on the North Inch, the fact that there was the need to understand resource availability from both organisations in terms of their ability to provide the predictions that we need and the time that it takes for us to close the gates, that we would review the protocol, taking that into account, taking into account this incident, taking into account whatever we need to do in terms of river flows, the number of weather warnings, the number of rain events that we may have, and the fact with climate change, it would appear that there would be more flash flooding, which would prevent us from responding in the way that we have been able to in the past. Does that answer your question, Bailey Hare? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we'll go to 5.1, sorry, 5.2 and 5.3, existing procedures. Question, Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, convener. We've heard this morning that decisions are made on the basis of the Perth Flood Protection Scheme Operating Manual 2001. And based also on the undoubted experience of senior officers. I wanted to pick up on a comment that Mr. Ross made in his deputation earlier, which is the basis of my question. It strikes me that the principal factor and the principal warning that is needed in order to trigger the closure of the floodgates is the water flow at Balathi, some 10 miles or so from Perth. Clearly that doesn't give a lot of time for a response before anything comes downstream to Perth. I'm just wondering, why are we still using a flood manual that was written 22 years ago, before the advancements made by the Met Office in their weather warnings, which were in 2011 and 2015, I believe, when the weather warnings were changed to a more impact-based warning, and the wording was the amber and the yellow and so on were introduced. I'm just keen to understand: is it the case that the manual has been in tablets of stone, literally, from 2001 to 2023, or have there been reviews in that intervening period? Thanks.
Director Renton.
If I can take the first part of the second part of the question, and possibly Stuart might want to talk about the procedural manual. In terms of the Met Office, yes, sort of improvements in forecasting. What was stated at one of the local resilience partnership meetings on the Sunday was that the predictions had been for the weather to move more quickly than it had across Perth and Kinross. So that all of the predictions, sort of had been based on, the warnings had been based on the rain happening and the clouds, sort of the weather pattern moving off. The reason for that was at that meeting, and again, it's, sort of possibly have changed as a result of that when they've gone back and looked at their modelling. The reason for that we were given was that it was an incredibly warm day, or it had been an incredibly warm weekend down south, and that the heat from that then meant that that weather pattern stayed over Perth and Kinross. So even with the amber warning and their modelling, then the weather can change because of weather elsewhere. So I think that while improvements have been made, there is still what happens, sort of on at a particular point in time, that with all of the technology. And this is speaking on my understanding, but that's what was said. Stuart, do you want to come in terms of the?
Yes, thanks, Barbara. Yeah, the manual has been in place since the scheme was initiated, and the manual was developed and delivered to us by the designers of the scheme. Throughout the course of operating the scheme, we have made minor tweaks to it, but we haven't made any fundamental changes to the manual because it's all predicated on the table 15 with tide levels and sill levels of gates, and these won't have materially changed despite the fact the weather patterns have changed. So we haven't carried out a full fundamental review of the manual on that basis.
Sorry if I can come back in, but part of the recommendations, Councillor Drysdale, part of the recommendation is obviously, as I've described, to be able to undertake that review, and SEPA have committed to do that on the basis of the, sort of the resource availability
and the change in weather patterns and the impact on people within Perth.
Thank you for these responses. A quick follow-up, if I may, convener, which is the point about the lack of time to respond from a trigger at Balathy to what happens in Perth. Would you agree that that period is too short to be effective? I.e., the as I understand it, all being well, the flood defences can be rolled out in 4 hours 45 minutes. It doesn't take 4 hours 45 minutes for water to come down from Balathy to Perth. So how does that work? Thanks.
Stuart's going to answer, and I might come at the back.
Yeah, thanks again. The Balathy measuring station measures the actual flows, but SEPA then apply models to what they know upstream and how that's going to impact at Balathy. So it's not an actual time from the water getting from Balathy to getting to Perth. It's a predictive model that determines the volume of water that's going to be in Perth at a specific time, and that's what's historically has always given us the time to initiate the gate closures.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. Oh,
Yep.
beg your pardon.
Yeah, sorry, if I could come back in again. And I think that as part of that, and the bit that, sort of the report alludes to as well, is that we are still trying to understand where the change in water flows and how the change in water flows occurred on that evening or on that morning, from what the discussions with SEPA had been on the Saturday, what they had been even on the Sunday morning, and sort of even those predictions in terms of what they thought might happen, what our officers were seeing coming through the river was even higher. So that there is something sort of that we still need to understand about why there was such a big spike.
Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, convener. I want to talk about road gullies, if I may. It's referenced in 6.12. I could be wrong. I'm sure Stuart knows more about this than I do, but I think the description of our policy for emptying road gullies isn't what I thought it was. So perhaps Stuart could first of all clarify what that is.
Councillor Forbes, can we come to 6.12? Your question when we get to 6.12.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Welch.
Thank you, convener. I guess this question is really just to clarify the technical design of the flood protection scheme in Perth from the perspective of height of embankments, gates, suitability, etc. Were the weather conditions and the flow of water conditions incurred during the two storms that have taken place, have they exceeded the design and the performance requirements of the bridge, of the flood protection system, or is it essentially all related to a failure of procedures and protocols? Thank you.
So my understanding is that if you took the 1993 water level and compared it to the October 7th, 8th water level, you've got a difference of a couple of centimetres. So the corrective action that was taken in response to the 1993 flooding was to put in flood defences. In 1993, hundreds of properties throughout the city centre in Muirton were flooded, and on this occasion, with the flood defences in place and admittedly without the some of the gates being shut, a far smaller number of properties were affected. So I think that I think probably I'm speaking beyond my technical capability, but just on the face of it, it would seem that the flood defences are doing their job. But I don't know if any of the officers want to come in. Mr. Burton.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Yeah, I think you're spot on. I don't think there's any suggestion that the scheme is not sufficient or not appropriate, and there's no evidence to suggest that any water breached any of the gates which were closed. So at the moment, it was just a case of some gates weren't closed as quickly as we would like them to, and that's where the water got through.
Thank you. The purpose of the question was to reassure the people of Perth and Kinross, and Perth particularly, that in actual fact that the scheme in principle is still robust, subject to us improving our systems and processes. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Welch. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, convener. Is there a reluctance to close the gates? And as a supplementary to that is, would there be any reasons or occasions why we would deliberately leave them open?
Richard.
Yep, absolutely not. You know, sort of no reluctance to close the gates. You know, sort of we would work, you know, sort of in normal circumstances to close the gates in line with the protocol.
Okay, we'll move on now to the next section, which is severe weather planning, 5.4 to 5.7 of the report. Any questions on those sections? Bailey.
Thank you. Section 5.6 mentions that the requirement for an incident management team is based on a risk assessment. Do we have any formal criteria to help drive that risk assessment? Is there anything written that defines whether a IMT meeting should be stood up? And if there was that followed in this case? Thank you.
If I can come in, you know, sort of, I think that the use of the term stood up is probably misleading. All through that weekend, all through Storm Babette and over the weekend of the 27th to the 29th of October, then the incident management team was ready to meet, that we dealt with a huge amount of information, knowledge sharing, instruction about activity to be undertaken. So the incident management team possibly didn't meet until later on the Sunday. That was on the basis of information that we received during the course of Sunday afternoon in terms of Barossa Place. But the incident management team were in touch, were in correspondence, were speaking to each other. So while there was no physical meeting, then there was, you know, sort of that information was being done, that was in place.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, convener. I'm trying to get my head around 5.5, where it talks about 153 previous events. Some were amber, some were yellow, some were red. And it says that there have only been 4 significant flooding events in Perth and Kinross since July 2020, not including the recent ones. Of these, 2 were amber warnings and 2 were yellow warnings. It doesn't actually say whether we had to implement floodgates on these occasions. Is that something we had to do?
As I said, and possibly not very clearly in my introduction, then, you know, sort of the August 2020 flooding in Perth was surface water issues. It was not anything to do with the River Tay. So again, you know, sort of for August 2020, from memory, that was a huge amount of water that fell across certain parts of Perth and Kinross in a very short space of time, which created the issues in terms of surface water.
And I've got a question on 5.7. We mentioned the members of the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership, and specifically talk about NHS Tayside as well as Dundee and Angus councils. They just border the eastern, a part of eastern Perthshire in terms of the Carse of Gowrie and my ward in Strathmore. But what about all of the other neighbouring councils, Highland, Fife, Aberdeenshire, Clacks and Stirling?
They will be part of other local resilience partnerships. You know, sort of the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership is ourselves, Dundee and Angus councils.
But I was meaning, what connections do we have, you know, for where the resilience issues are on the borders away from Dundee and Angus?
They would be picked up by, you know, sort of, because every local resilience partnership is minuted by a member of the Scottish Resilience Partnership arrangements. So any issues that would be cross-boundary between local resilience partnerships that were raised at ours, for example, but impacted on Aberdeenshire or the Highland would be picked up by them.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Smith.
Got no hope there. Thank you very much, Convener. My question is regarding 5.8, 5.9, a bigger picture of the.
Okay, right. We'll just move on to that then. So
Okay.
sorry, next section.
Oh, sorry.
Previous major weather event report and recommendations, 5.8 to 5.10, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. In the bigger picture of the catchment area on the water, etc., etc. In my area, for instance, there was a couple of incidents. Well, there was an incident, and during that storm where there was a house which has been there 100 years, plus the bowling green, etc., which were flooded, and there is no river, burn, etc., anywhere near the place. What I would like to see is, or would like to see change, is that can we get SEPA, can we get Scottish Water, can we get all organisations, even the government, involved in saying, look, because of the climate change, etc., and I'm afraid neglect over the years, such things as ditches, catchment areas are now choked to capacity. Now, the road between even Crieff and Perth, Medwin and Perth, was flooded pure and simply by runoff from fields. Now, we maybe get the NFU involved as well, but I think it's now a big serious problem, and it was if we can keep the water back as long as we can and put it into the right positions, maybe it will help in the future, especially with the amount of water going into the Tay, etc. So I was wondering if, can we say to SEPA, look, we no longer are looking after this eight-headed, 25-legged frog that lives in a ditch somewhere up the glen. We need to think of people's houses, etc., right? So they can get all together and get some sort of scheme going and clear and try and get the water back, because we've all experienced the flooding in the roads, and it's all coming from flooded ditches, etc. So thank you very much. Thank you.
If I can come in, thank you, Convener. Councillor Smith, I attended on behalf of the Chief Executive a meeting not last summer, the summer before, so last year, in relation to surface water, at which both Scottish Water and SEPA were in attendance. Now, that was linked more to surface water being experienced within cities. However, at that point, it was made very clear, because it was being led by the Scottish Government, by those representatives at that meeting, including myself, that there needed to be a national look at the issues being raised because of climate change, more water, more surface water. As recently as last week, then the Chief Executive of Angus Council, who is the chair of the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership, met with Scottish Government last week on the back of events across Tayside, but obviously in relation to some of the events within Angus. And that point was raised as well then about what more can we be doing to encourage landowners to take responsibility and to look at how they're dealing with it. And the point was also raised at the Parliamentary Forum on Friday by ourselves as officers, but also the leader of the council in relation to that with our parliamentarians. So we are doing what we can. I think that there needs to be a national drive in relation to all of that. We can have as many local conversations as we can with landowners, but the bigger impact will be from that national discussion.
Thank you. I'm encouraged for that. Thank you.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. In August 2021, the Environment and Infrastructure Committee, rather than this Scrutiny Committee, reviewed the circumstances around the floods in the South Inch. And around that, awareness was raised of the precautionary approach of deploying the South Inch floodgates in relation to when a yellow Met Office warning was deployed. I've already spoken in my previous question about the role of weather warnings in the instance we're looking at just now, and I'm just looking to be clear. When was it decided that yellow weather warnings were to be a trigger for the South Inch, and if the wider weather warning issues, amber issues, etc., weren't considered at that time? Why was that? Thanks.
Mr. Dion.
Thank you, convener. Yeah, it was August. It was as a result of the August 2020 flood that would be looked at the mechanism for the flooding in Marshall Place, and the mechanism was from surface water flooding that impacted Craigieburn and then impacted the South Inch. At that time, the trigger for the South Inch gates was the same as the rest of the scheme. It was River Tay flows and heights, but it was established at that point that there was a risk to properties from surface water flooding from Craigieburn onto the Inch if the gates weren't closed. And at that point we made that alteration to close these gates on receipt of a yellow warning for Perth City.
If I may just follow up, so there wasn't a wider review of the use of weather warnings in relation to potential flood events at that time?
Well, we considered it on the basis of the surface water flooding issues we'd had, and at that point we'd had no issues with River Tay tide or flow levels impact.
And again, if I may come in, sort of that is on the basis of how we have used the manual for many years very successfully, that it's not the weather warning. And what we were recognising as a result of the 2020 event was that because there was so much water at that point, which we've also experienced on a number of occasions linked to the Craigieburn and the Glasgow Road, as sort of Perth members will be aware, that the amount of water on the surface has been creating problems.
Okay, we'll move on to the next section now, which is the Perth Flood Scheme Protocol. Councillor Robertson, you had the first question, which is on 5.11. This is sections 511 to 514.
Thank you, convener. I'm really intrigued about the triggers that caused the floodgates to be closed. And I've read the report quite carefully. Because of what Councillor Barrett mentioned about the timelines, the fact there's no timelines that you can follow clearly in the report makes it not as easy to read as it should be, I would suggest. But can I ask about the triggers to close the floodgates? And I cannot understand why, and explain to me why we don't adopt a precautionary principle given what we knew on the morning or that weekend. And I know for a fact that when you ask for things to be done, council officers, quite rightly, because of the pressure on our finances, are often very reluctant to commit money, to spend money that they think they perhaps could avoid spending. And it's not their fault, it's the fault of the way we get funded. But I'm wondering what it actually costs for us to close all the floodgates, if that's a major cost, and if that cost was actually part, even in someone's head saying, look, if we don't have to do it, why will we do it? So that's my question, if that was one of the part of the decision process, the cost it would be in closing them.
I can confirm that it was not anything to do with the cost, Councillor Robertson. We brought in as many people as we could, which meant that we were paying overtime, etc. The issue goes back to, yes, on the basis, as I've said already, on the basis of the information that we've had in terms of the protocol, then we should have closed the gates. But what happened is that sort of the member of staff, an experienced officer, was there at high tide, and that there was the 1.5 metres freeboard, which is the gap, obviously, and that the prediction that we got for the following morning was the same or less. And as I've said, that something then happened overnight that we still have yet to understand, which increased that. But we are accepting that for the late closure of the gate has impacted on some properties.
Thanks, Director Renton. And I think in answer to the other part of Councillor Robertson's question and the challenge from Councillor Barrett earlier, there is a timeline which you can circulate to members of the committee. Bailey Ahern.
Thank you very much. I want to start my question off with an observation on paragraph 511. It says 77 gates, yet the plan in Appendix 3's got 84. And even if you add the 10 that you don't open, that doesn't add up. The second part is about the gate closure table. At 9:15 in the morning, I asked the senior engineer on Tay Street when the gate on the North Inch was going to get closed, and he told me there was no intention to close it. I asked the same question at 1:30 on Tay Street to the Tayside engineers, who were waiting for the gates to come for the Queen's Bridge when they were going back to try and close the gate on the North Inch, and was told that they weren't going to close it because it was there to save the Queen's Bridge. That's where I think the comments come from, and I think that's where the public picked that up from. And I was there with Councillor Drysdale at the same time, and we were chatting to the engineers. But going back to the table, Plan 9 was in place to close the gates, and thanks to Mark Butterworth for going through the gate closure document, which is 103 pages long, the first thing I notice is that you didn't have enough staff to man the 3 squads, but there was nowhere in that plan was there a contingency to how you close the gates with 2 teams when 3 are required. So, you need to divvy up gates, and nowhere in that plan does it say that. But on Plan 9 and from the gate closure table, which I've got a copy of here, 3 gates are not supposed to be closed. One was Mill Lade, one was the Tay Street Promontory, and the other was Queen's Bridge. With regards to Mill Lade, in Mill Lane, water was actually going across Mill Street, and the guy was there frantically trying to close that gate to stop any more water going across. But my question is, why were they closing the gates on Tay Street and Queen's Bridge, which I think is probably substantially higher than other areas where water was coming through, and not concentrating on closing all the gates that were required on Plan 9?
Mr. Butterworth.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Just sort of starting off with the first question, my understanding is there's 77 operational gates, so there are more gates, but in terms of the ones that are in use, there are 77. So that's the discrepancy between when the scheme was put in place and the gates that are in operation. In terms of your timeline and your discussion, my understanding was right from the outset, although 3 squads were required, a decision was taken before the 2 squads were deployed to go to Commercial Street and another squad to go to the harbour. And then based on the situation at the North Inch, the squad at the Commercial Street were asked once those gates were closed to urgently get over to the North Inch to close those gates. So that effectively how it worked. In terms of a contingency plan, I think that's certainly something that we need to be looking at in terms of moving forward. But I suppose, sorry, the last part of your question was around Plan 9 and Plan 12. I think Plan 9 was the plan based on the information we'd received from SEPA, but observations from the guys on the ground clearly seeing that the situation was far worse than SEPA had suggested, or the information that we had, and therefore Plan 12 was initiated. Plan 12 includes the gates that you referred to, And again, my understanding was because the gates couldn't get fully closed at the North Inch because of the height of the water, the team then went over to close the promontory and Queen's Bridge. So I think there was a suggestion earlier that they were just standing around doing nothing. But my understanding, based on the information I've had, when they realised they couldn't close those gates and they needed to initiate the full Plan 12, that's when they went over to close those other gates, and then came back later on in the afternoon to close the main gate at the North Inch.
Right, Renton. Okay. Okay, next question. Oh, sorry. Supplementary, Bailey Hearn.
Oops. Thanks very much. The two gates at the promontory and the Queen's Bridge are different to the others, where you need to go off and collect them. When we spoke to the engineers after they closed off the Tay Street viewing platform, is they said we're going to have to wait an hour to get the gates for the Queen's Bridge. No attempt was made during that hour to go back and try and rectify the gate at the North Inch. That was time that could be used. So we almost using, if you're going to go from Plan 9 to Plan 12, surely you need to make sure all the gates in Plan 9 are shut before you start doing the extra ones in Plan 12.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think to be fair, it was a sort of dynamic situation. I think things were happening on the ground. I also advised that the guys went out to support others in terms of distributing sandbags and also helping with road closures as well. So I think it was just simply there was a dynamic situation. People were having to make decisions at the time and deployed resources as best they felt they could on the day at that time. Whether in hindsight they may have made different decisions, I don't know, but it was more around on the ground, how could they best deploy resources at that time.
Definitely want to come in at this point. And I think that at that point, there needs to be, an issue and a consideration about how safe it would have been for operatives to go into the water. And I know that there has been, the information in terms of what one of the parking attendants did. But over the course of the day, my understanding, and again, it's my understanding, that the water levels had dropped, that the speed of the water coming in would have made that safer, but it was still at that later point, it was not safe for the parking attendant to do it later, so that there had to be some assessment about the ability to do that. The other part that, in terms of all of this, in terms of the availability of staff to do that, and that is one of the significant improvement actions, is about making sure that we have more people who can who are trained to be able to close the gates, who can then assist if we find ourselves in a flash flooding situation again.
Can I just come back on the safety bit there? The first conversation you and I had that afternoon was I was stood at the North Gate and said to you that there's kids playing in the water, which was a huge safety issue because at that time the amount of water going through was quite considerable because it was just after high tide. If the guys earlier in the morning had decided that was too dangerous to go in and do it, there was no attempt made to block off that area for members of the public. I actually managed to get some tape off the fire engine in Northport and taped off that area, and it was rudimentary. It was just a bit of tape, and hopefully that would have indicated to people, don't cross this line. But maybe if it was declared dangerous, and to stop people going in it. I mean, these kids were P6 and P7s jumping off seats in that water and going into the water. If they'd slipped, they were off down in the North Inch and potentially drowning. Maybe we should have put some effort into to make a barrier across there to prevent the public going anywhere near it.
And I think that that's a reasonable point. When you raised that with me on the Sunday afternoon, we dealt with it by, seeking support from police and from the parking attendants to stop people doing that.
Bailey.
I have two questions, but they're both on this section, but they're unrelated. The first one actually is, I wonder if we can maybe take this opportunity to squash this sort of local conspiracy theory that I'm hearing the third time today, this idea that the gates might have been left open at the North Inch in order to protect the Queen's Bridge. I'm not a structural engineer, but am I right in thinking the Queen's Bridge is of a design where it can survive the water going over the deck? So therefore, it wouldn't be necessary to take such an action to try and protect the Queen's Bridge in any case. Thank you.
Mr. Dior.
Yeah, there's no basis of truth in that whatsoever.
Thank you to have that conspiracy theory squashed. My other question is about the roads maintenance partnership. Am I correct in thinking that the roads maintenance partnership is staffed by people who work partly or some people who work for Tayside contracts? And therefore, has there ever been a problem that in a time of crisis like this, all three local authorities who subscribe for Tayside contracts are all calling on one limited resource at a time? Has that ever been a challenge in practice for the roads maintenance partnership? Thank you.
Thank you, convener. Yeah, Tayside contracts overall resource serves all three local authorities, and there has been occasions where we have utilised road workers from Dundee or Angus to supplement our activities, and there has been occasions where we've done the same in terms of reciprocal arrangement. On the weekend in question, that wasn't deployed because each of the authorities was having their own issues and using their own resources to do what required to be done.
And if I can come back in, I can confirm that the emergency duty, I've got that the wrong order, the emergency response duty officer made that request of both Dundee and Angus in the afternoon, when there was more of a concentration at the LRP on Perth, but no officers were available.
Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, convener. I'm interested in the information we got from SEPA or we didn't get from SEPA. So the communications that we were issuing were suggesting that we hadn't had information in time from SEPA. Those Facebook and Twitter posts were then removed, but the report does specify in quite a few places, including 5.2 that we're talking about, that we were a little bit late in getting the data that we required from SEPA. I'm hoping, I'm sure it is the case that that will be part of the improvement plan, and I'm just looking for some clarification as to whether SEPA did play a part, SEPA's lack of giving us time misinformation did play a part in this or not.
Director Rand.
Yeah, in sort of conversations that took place with SEPA, sort of in the lead up to Storm Babette, but and also with officers at different levels, then we have talked, sort of about the requirement to have Timaeus information, which is why we've now got access to the actual flows to help our planning, although it doesn't cover the predictive flows, as we've said already. The meeting that the Chief Executive and I had with, sort of SEPA last week, it was very clear about ensuring that we have a mutual understanding about the resources available, the length of time it takes for us to close the gates, and that we would want to reassure, sort of you that those discussions will continue with the revision of the manual, with the revision of how we close gates, to make sure that we have got the information that we need when we need it.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, convener. I'm going to try and keep this brief, please, and also indulge me. 511 is followed by 512, and 512 starts off as a result. I didn't quite get the flow there, but however, that's maybe just me. It says the floodgate closure triggers do not include yellow or amber warnings issued by the Met Office. Yet, when we get to later in the report at 7.1 and 7.2, we seem to be paying a heavy reliance on the Met Office. Is that because we've fallen out with SEPA and what they've been giving us? And as an adage to my question, I'd like to say, were the floodgates closed during the second and third event? And if so, were they closed solely as a result of river levels? Thank you.
Chief Executive.
Thank you, convener. Just in response to Councillor Forbes's question and picking up on some of Councillor Allen's question, I'd like to be very clear, there has been no fallout with SEPA. We work very closely with SEPA. We have very good relationships with officers within SEPA.
And to be equally clear, the decision on the closure of the gates lies with the council. It does not lie with SEPA. We use their information, and we are very clear within the body of the report that the trigger points for us to implement the protocol and the closure of the gates had already been reached based on the information we received. So that decision is a council decision. That's not a decision for SEPA. So I just wanted to be absolutely clear on that point. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, convener. And with your indulgence, my question relates to 5.13, but it also relates to a section further on in the paper under the heading Perth Flood Scheme and the timings of what happened on the night. So, for the benefit of those that don't have this in front of them, there are 6 elements to what SEPA have agreed to provide in terms of warning services to PKC. These include an advance warning whenever conditions in the upper catchment of the Tay indicate that exceptional river flow may result. Secondly, an advance warning if Met Office tidal surge forecasts indicate that a tide higher than 2.9 metres at Newport is expected. Thirdly, a flood warning when the combined flow of the Tay and the Tummel at Ballinluig exceeds 550 cumecs, indicating flow at Balathy immediately upstream of Perth of more than 800 cumecs. Fourthly, notification of amber and red flood warnings for the River Almond. And fifthly, and most importantly of all, periodic updates on the fluvial and tidal situation following either 2 or 3, in particular informing PKC when the fluvial or tidal thresholds shown on table 15 are likely to be exceeded. And the 6th is just when an all clear has passed. So my question is, at what point did Perth and Kinross Council receive the warnings at 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5? And in addition to that, and as I say, coming on to section 6.29 to 6.30, my understanding from my own inquiries prior to this meeting is that the RMP duty officer had to request an update at 7:10 PM on the Saturday evening, at which point SEPA advised no Perth flood template was to be issued by them at that time. And then SEPA phoned the RMP duty officer back at 8:14 PM to advise that the river forecast level had increased. My understanding in particular is that information that was delivered at 8:14 PM was actually issued by SEPA at 6:45 PM, an hour and a half previously. That being the case, do we know why SEPA did not communicate that more promptly to the RMP duty officer? Thanks.
Mr. Butterworth.
Yeah, thanks, convener. I think this is a really fundamental question and something that we will need to continue to discuss with SEPA. As the Chief Executive has pointed out, we close the floodgates or make the decision to close the floodgates, but that is based on the information that we get from SEPA. They are the triggers, and we need to understand whether the protocols that we have in place were actually followed on the day. We don't know that just yet, so that will form part of our ongoing discussions with SEPA. And I think, as Barbara said, it's not just about ensuring that the protocols were followed. We need to ensure that they're appropriate, because in terms of moving forward and looking at the lessons learned and how we avoid this happening again, maybe one of those solutions is changing those triggers. But at the moment, it's just too early to say in terms of whether that protocol was followed, but hopefully that will form part of a subsequent report to committee.
And Councillor Welch.
Thank you, convener. In essence, in terms of the War Memorial Gate at the North Inch, there were attempts to obviously close that, and it couldn't be closed once a direction had been given. I guess we could probably sort of put that under, for example, a failure of a primary piece of infrastructure, insofar as in the same way as maybe a gate that is closed fails, or a gate that is going to be closed is unable to be closed. My question is, in the event of, if you like, the failure of a system piece of infrastructure, what is the backup plan? You know, because effectively it seems like there's only a single point of closure without a backup to actually mitigate any damage that would be caused. Thank you.
Mr. Dion.
Thank you, convener. With a full cohort of staff available to do that, we would have tried to deploy other resources to go and try and plug that gap, if you like. The resources we had, as we've said before, we concentrated that on closing the HIAB that we need to bring the units to close the promontory and the Queen's Bridge was fully deployed in doing that, and that was to mitigate any potential flooding of premises that hadn't already been affected. So in an ideal world, with a full cohort of staff, we would have tried to employ some other resources to try and plug that gap, but we didn't have the resources to do that.
Thank you for that reply, but you know, it doesn't really sort of detail, you know, what are the, apart from, you know, deploying other resources, what is the plan? For example, if there was a failure of either the infrastructure, you know, beside 2 High Street, or for example, failure of the gate in terms of either opening or failing while closed.
There are large concrete blocks that we can bring along and deploy and to try and put across the gap, but it needs the piece of kit we were using to close the other gates to do that.
Thank you, but I'd suggest that's something that needs to be looked at as well.
Yeah, sorry, and if I may come in as well. So, you know, sort of my understanding on the day, and Stuart can confirm that, you know, sort of we asked for those concrete blocks to be moved in. And while I'm just checking, because my understanding was that the particular bit of kit to be able to do that was unavailable. That is an issue that we are looking at, you know, sort of with our partners with Tayside Contracts in relation to that. That request was made, and we weren't able to fulfil that. So that there is a plan B, you know, sort of, but within all of this, then we then really need to look at across the whole system and across the whole scheme, that having been in operation for over 20 years, whether there are parts of the scheme now that we might suggest would be different. So particularly for the North Inch Gate, I'm looking at other colleagues in the Roads Maintenance Partnership, whether if resources were available, that was no longer a gate, but was actually part of the North Inch and permanently closed with, you know, sort of, without a gate. As part of the inch with access over that. But that's a longer term, you know, sort of examination, councillor.
Thank you again, but I would suggest that, you know, plan B, but there are numerous organisations in Perth that, for example, have a HIAB, have 1 tonne bags of sand. You know, we need to look at other things, you know, resource-wise that the city can bring to the table. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Allen, you had a second part to your question, which related to the trigger for whether we close the gates during the subsequent 2 events. Could you come back to that when we come on to the later 2 events? Is that all right? Just to move us on. Okay, Councillor Forbes, no, sorry. I've got a question. 5.14 refers to not closing the South Inch gates in August 2020, and we heard about how that contributed to flooding in Marshall Place, and we heard about that in the report in 2021. But the gates on Southend were also not closed on the 10th of September this year, when there was I think a yellow warning. Why would, but the report doesn't say why that was. Why was that?
Thank you, convener. Yeah, the yellow one was issued on Saturday morning and it wasn't picked up by our standby personnel. So there was no proactive closing of the gates on that occasion. We did attend during it was a very short duration rainfall event. We did have officers in attendance at that time who monitored the conditions, and because it was an improving situation, didn't close the gates at that point.
Okay, thanks. Next section then is summary of October 2023 weather events 5:15 to 5:17. First question, Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, convener. There's reference to the Bellwyn scheme, which I'm vaguely familiar with, but it suggests we'll get 700 or we're liable for 797,000. Is that our ultimate total liability to this, and will the government cover anything else beyond that?
Who's familiar with Mr. Crofts on the Bellwyn scheme, please?
Try, certainly. So my understanding is, yeah, that's the threshold. All expenditure up to what's quoted there as 797,000 would be borne by the Scottish Government, and sorry, by the Council, and anything above that would be borne by the Scottish Government.
Thanks for that, Fraser. It then goes on to reference £1,500 for householders and £3,000 for business. Is that a completely separate thing, or is that rolled up into the Bellwyn scheme?
That's separate.
Thanks very much.
And we're still waiting for information from the government about that.
Thank you. Next then, section 6 relates to the 6th to 8th October weather events. First of all, notifications and preparedness. Section 6.1 to 6.3. Any questions on that part? No, okay. Next section then is engagement with partners, section 6.4. Section 6.5, engagement with communities. Bailey Ahern, section 6.5.
Yeah, just a quick question. What happens to those areas that don't have a resilience group?
Mr. Hope, who's our resilience manager.
Thanks, convener. We have approximately 40 communities throughout Perth and Kinross who have active community resilience groups, and we are looking to engage with any significant gaps which constitute a further 8 communities. So we're hoping to have comprehensive coverage in terms of community resilience groups in the very near future. At the moment, where there's not a community resilience group, then the response is conducted by the council alone with partners, as Barbara said, from the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership in the form of fire and rescue, police and other colleagues.
Okay, next section then, if there's no more questions on that, is section 6.6 to 6.8, communication. Bailey Ahern again.
A similar question based on my last one is what happens with people that aren't on social media? And there are a lot of people. We even have an elected member that's not on social media, but we have a lot of members of our community that aren't on social media. So how do we communicate? And this comes up in pretty much every single committee when we talk about communicating with the public, but not everybody's on social media. There must be other means of doing it. Director Enter.
Yeah, we do try and use as many news, sort of channels as we possibly can. Bailey Ahern, in an incident such as this, then we would put out as much as we possibly could through the press, as well as social media. But as we are moving forward during an incident, then we need to rely on very quick communication, which tends to be social media. We can continue to look at how we do that recognising that not everybody has, sort of access to that, but some of that will just need to be a work in progress, unfortunately.
And of course, in certain areas, we will send out the parking attendants as resilience officers to go door to door, checking up on people. Certainly, I know that happened in Kettins during the power cut that happened up there. So there are other modes of communication in use. Next question is from Councillor Forbes.
Kind of tenuous link to communication, but I can't think where else to bring this question in. The deputation that you read out earlier was quite moving, and that lady was clearly a vulnerable person, and it made me wonder, do we have a vulnerable persons register in the way that organisations like power companies have? If we don't, is it something that could be included in part of the review?
I'm pretty certain that exists, because I'm sure I read it in the report, but somebody will confirm that for me.
Yes, we do. It tends possibly not to be all in one place because there are data sharing issues, but we do have access to our vulnerable people with housing, our vulnerable people within health and social care.
Obviously, that didn't work for that lady who's sent in her deputation earlier on, and therefore, if it is a simple data sharing exercise, I'm guessing it's data protection. I'm not sure. Is that something that could be looked at? Because I kind of get the feeling that if the will is there, and I think it should be, then it must be a problem that we can solve.
That would certainly has always been my intention, but there are, a number of issues round about that, Councillor Forbes. But, because both the Health and Social Care Partnership and housing are part of the IMT, then we should be able to pick all of that up. And we've used that very successfully in other events, particularly round about issues with power outages for Storm Arwen, for example.
Sorry to keep coming back, Barbara. Again, clearly that lady that's deputation read out fell through that gap, and I'm guessing there must be others. If we're only looking at housing and social care, there will be people who are listed as vulnerable that aren't in that system. And I don't know why this is, but I seem to be listed as a vulnerable person as far as my power company is. I hope to think just a mistake, but I'm happy to be listed as such. So can we get a reassurance then that as part of the review we'll look at extending that to try and encompass everyone who is deemed to be vulnerable? And I'm happy to not be included in your list of vulnerable people.
Mr. Hope.
Thanks, Convener. Convener, I can share that there is a national initiative underway to put together a national register of vulnerable people. Now, people's vulnerabilities will change depending on the circumstances that they're in, and at the moment we have separate registers, as Barbara's already articulated, around housing, social work, power, etc. Probably what we've found to be the most effective way of getting to people who are vulnerable in an emergency is by using the community resilience groups, because they understand the context of the emergency and are able to point out and assist people that are vulnerable in the context of that emergency. So the sooner we can get that kind of, we can fill in those remaining small gaps and have a comprehensive coverage across Perth and Kinross for community resilience groups, the better.
And just a quick follow-up then. What are the implications of data? We can sort out the data sharing within the public sector, I trust, as indicated by Councillor Forbes. But what about data sharing with volunteer resilience groups in terms of contacting vulnerable people, for example?
So at the moment, we tend to rely on community resilience groups to identify who's vulnerable. And in practice, in the past, Convener, that's actually meant that local people have got the drop on us by taking people who are vulnerable to a place of refuge.
Fantastic, thank you. No more questions on that section. So the next section is general operational preparedness, 6.9 to 6.14. Councillor Drysdale on section 6.9.
Thank you, Convener. As the Chief Executive and the Executive Director will both know well, the Council Leader and I have already noted and emphasised the the issue about all year round winter rather than just winter preparedness. We've already heard about the fact that this incident fell just outside the winter period. We also know that the event in August 2020 in the South Inch was August, and that the event last month was September. And so rain-related events and indeed autumn with leaf fall resulting in gullies being blocked happens before the middle of October. I note that significant progress has been made this year in terms of a gully cleansing programme, and there are a significant number of gullies have been cleansed before this flood event. But can officers set out what plans the council has to seek to improve this level of preparedness beyond the winter period? Thanks.
Staring hopefully at Mark, but he was considering something else, so I will answer that. Sort of that is something that council officers have taken really, sort of seriously. We are aware because of the impact on our communities and on our residents and on our ability to respond. So the commitment within the report to committee was about bringing something forward no later than the recess, the summer recess. I would like to see that done more quickly. I think we try and say that within the improvement plan. There will be budget implications, and we are currently working through those budget implications, and we would hope to have those discussions with elected members by the time we get to the budget process.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you had a question on the gully cleansing policy, Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, sorry to try and sneak it in earlier, convener. I was under the impression that when we cleaned gullies, we kind of weighed the contents and we took a decision as to whether a gully was working, and it didn't need much in the way of a revisit. The policy here seems to be different to that. So first of all, maybe Stuart could just clarify that, or I'm assuming Stuart, but whichever officer is able to answer. There is certainly a feel amongst communities, and I can say quite honestly, there's not a week goes by without me being sent a photograph of a blocked gully and being told this is the problem and this is what's caused our houses to flood. I expect the experts will tell us something different, but I'd just like to bottom that out and get some actual facts recorded in public as to whether gullies do create flooding, which will have affected houses, whether they don't, and what the council's policy is for emptying gullies, please.
Thank you, convener. Thank you, Councillor Forbes. Yeah, we currently clean out our gullies every 2 years. We use the word, I'll get the word wrong, it's biennial cleansing of our gully programme. So we clean them out every 2 years, except for our A-class network, which we aim to cleanse annually, and also flood susceptible areas where we aim to cleanse more frequently as well. So that's currently where we are in terms of what we're trying to achieve with our gully cleansing. Up to the end of September, would cleanse something just like under 15,000 gullies. We have 44,000 gullies across the entire council network. So that's where we are in terms of cleansing the gullies. In terms of their effectiveness in a storm situation, they don't hold, they're not designed to hold water and prevent it flooding people. They're designed to take the water, allow the solids in the water to sink out of the water, so that when the water then discharges down a pipe, it's as clean as it can be with a lot of the solids taken out. So that's the reason for the gully pot being there. If you got a whole scale flood event like we've had recently, then the gullies aren't designed to cope with that flow, but they can also only cope with the amount of water that the pipes can carry away. So they're limited in terms of their efficiency by the amount of the pipes that they're connected to can carry away. So a blocked gully in isolation may lead to some localised ponding. In a very severe situation, a blocked gully could potentially lead to some garden flooding, or if the property was very close to the edge of the road, it could potentially lead to some properties flooding, but in a flood event, it doesn't contribute to the whole-scale flooding that we've seen in individual block gully. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
It does, Stuart, and thanks for that. I'm just going to be a bit parochial, if you don't mind, convener. And in Invergowrie, there's certainly a feeling that the gullies on Station Road contributed to the flooding in Boniface. But specifically, and Stuart knows what I'm about to say here, there is an exit route for the water that's contained in the drains into Invergowrie Burn. Now, it's difficult to open that when the water is in full spake. You have to get into the river to do it. I'd suggested that we could attach some kind of remote lever to that. I wonder if council officers could commit to looking at that in detail and perhaps considering it for the future.
Yes, we can certainly commit to having a look at that. It's a non-return valve, and whoever put the system in put a non-return valve in to stop water coming back up the pipe. So we need to consider that doing it. But yes, certainly happy to have a look at it in that particular instance.
Okay, thanks. And just on 6.14, where we're talking about a review of gully cleansing policy, particularly gullies which fall into the definition of flood susceptible, will be undertaken. I don't think that's made it into the recommendations, but is that because that's already the subject of the decision from the EIED committee?
If, I think that what we were looking for within the improvement actions were things that, of larger scale. Clearly gully cleaning is, is an issue, but it is because there's work in progress.
Thank you. So the next section then is on preparedness, specifically for the 7th and 8th of October, sections 6.15 to 6.17. I suspect this will generate some questions. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you again, convener. Yeah, we've heard this morning, and it's contained within the report and the deputations and the representations that were made last Wednesday, as well as this morning, that there are concerns of our residents about the quality of support received from the Aberdeen City Council Customer Contact Centre. How long has that arrangement been in place? And a common theme in some of the comments that have been made are that callers got the impression that the Aberdeen call centre did not know where places were, didn't recognise street names, etc. Do we provide information to Aberdeen City Council on our road network and river network, etc.? How well resourced and well prepared is that contact centre to deal with emergency calls in obviously a distressing time for our residents?
Mr. Taylor.
Sorry, convener. I was discussing with Alan who would answer, so I'll answer.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Diop.
Yeah, I couldn't give you an exact date for when we entered the contract with Aberdeen Council Contact Centre, but it has been in place. I think we're probably on about the 3rd contract by now. Previous to that, Police Scotland took her out of hours calls for us. Before they were Police Scotland, and prior to that, an individual roads officer took calls overnight after having done his day's work. So the process was put in place to replace our individual person taking these calls. We provide Aberdeen Contact Centre with protocols as to what they should do with certain calls. So they've got a protocol for flooding, they know a protocol for issuing out sandbags, so they know when to do that. When we first set up the contract with them, we did give them plans, maps, etc., showing what our different settlements were, and they do have GIS systems where I presume they could look to find the road. But we did give them that when we initially set up the contract with them, but it could be something that we review with them as part of this process.
Okay, and then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, convener. We're sitting here and we're talking about preparedness specifically for the 7th to the 8th of October, and it's 6.17. maybe it's my reading of it, but it would suggest that we were completely unprepared. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it is, Councillor Allen. I think that, sort of that what I've tried to describe in previous answers is that officers were ready. We have detailed, sort of information about what we passed, what we were asking each other, sort of I spent quite a bit of time over the course of that weekend speaking to people, understanding, sort of speaking to officers, understanding. And again, for me, there is the issue about a formal meeting or people being able to go about their duties to support the residents and the communities of Perth and Kinross. But so while no formal incident management took place until the Sunday afternoon, we were in very regular contact. But we can only ever deal with the situation if we have all of the information available to us. I mean, I think that, sort of the elements, as soon as we became aware of them, as you do in every incident, then we reacted to it. Bailey Ahern's already talked about him contacting me in relation to young people on, sort of in the water. We had picked up a number of issues, sort of as I had with Councillor Drysdale during the course of the day. That information was proved invaluable to allow me to direct resources to certain areas.
Bailey Ahern.
Yeah, thanks very much. And my question leads on from Councillor Drysdale. This question about the contact centre in Aberdeen. Last week, I was in a meeting with the police, and part of that discussion was about the 3 contact centres they have across Scotland, which cover Scotland and Northern Ireland. And the issue they've got is a similar issue to what we have with Aberdeen, and it's understanding the areas that people ring up from where they may not be familiar with. And a lot of the problems they have is down to locals giving local names, and they're not on a system. And a part of what they're planning to do is to employ people into contact centres that have that local knowledge to make it easier. I suppose the question I've got is, if we're going to continue using Aberdeen contact centre, is there merit in having staff from Perth and Kinross, if they're covering up in that contact centre, that knows the local area and can respond quickly? If you look at the table at the bottom of that on 621, there were 615 calls made that day, and 257 of them were answered, which meant there's about 360 odd that weren't answered. So is there merit in having our staff in that contact centre to help with understand the local issues in local area?
Mr. Taylor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yes, there was a lot in that question. It's obviously Aberdeen City Council's service centre, and it is providing a service not just to us, but Highland Council, Aberdeenshire, Moray as well. We will happily look at that because we're bringing forward further reports and we're going to look at all options for improvement. As it stands just now, though, when the calls go to Aberdeen City Council, they cannot be also handled in Perth and Kinross. The technology doesn't allow that. We can take it back, as it says in the report, the lines back to Perth and Kinross, which we sometimes have done, and the customer service centre has then taken the calls. But once we transfer out of hours, which we do every evening at 5 o'clock, obviously it's Saturday and Sunday, the calls are with Aberdeen City Council. Clearly, Stuart's explained the information we've provided to their operators, and we would therefore look at whether we can enhance that, whether we can do any work to improve the service if we're actually staying with them. However, when the calls come to the customer service centre in Perth and Kinross, then whether our operator knows the area, call from Abernethy, whether they know Abernethy or not, it's the same issue, but I realise there's a greater risk to it and a greater exposure when we've got the calls going to Aberdeen City Council. In terms of the table, since you've asked about the table, these are initial figures from the Perth and Kinross Council system, okay? And the column on the left is the calls to Perth and Kinross Council system for both housing repairs and roads lines out of hours. Okay, now why I'm saying that, that's the contracts we have with Aberdeen City Council for out of hours. That is the combined total of the calls for housing repairs and for the roads line. The column on the right is the calls that we can see from our system being connected to Aberdeen. Okay, so clearly the gap in between 358 calls is calls that did not get through at that point in time. Now, when there is a spike in calls, which always happens in these kinds of situations, it happened during Storm Malik, etc. as well, it is expected that not all the calls can get through because operators' technology lines are going to be engaged. Our message at that point in time actually says, you know, you're calling the emergency line, sorry, we're experiencing a high volume of calls, please call back in a few minutes. So when people get that line, and this has been the case in the past, it is reasonable to expect that they then try again. So what we're going to do with on the basis of that, the figures on those tables, as I said, their initial figures, is our IT colleagues are working on a breakdown of that, and we will bring further detail, including the hour-by-hour breakdown of those calls. Because, for example, no service centre is going to cope very well in an emergency situation with a large volume of calls in a short period of time. And there is always going to be a requirement, whether it's through operator numbers or technology in terms of how many calls can get through, for certain people to call back. Unfortunately, it's unlikely that you're ever going to have enough staff to take all the calls at that point in time. In terms of what was asked earlier, just to be clear, when Stuart explained what we have done with Aberdeen City to date, the actual out of hours arrangements for roads transferred to Aberdeen City Council on the 1st of June 2016. Prior to that, it was with Tayside Police from 2010, and housing repairs, I think, went in 2017. To date, we have never had any issues in terms of complaints with regards to how Aberdeen City Council have answered calls once those calls are through. After Tayside Police served the notice on us that they were no longer going to be able to take our calls because of the creation of Police Scotland, we investigated Air Scotland, we investigated arrangements with other councils, we investigated SSE, Aberdeen City, on the basis of the deal with the same issues as ourselves, have always provided a service that has been responsive to date. Clearly, in an emergency situation, just like our own staff, the call operators tend to try and operate quickly and get through the calls and refer them. So they may be curt, but like in our system, we can listen back to those calls. And as Barbara said earlier, one of the issues we will now follow up on is we will listen to the recordings, or Aberdeen City colleagues will, to check how we did respond on the day to the calls that were made.
Okay, so I think we're now on to section 618 to 624, which is on response management. So I would like to just follow up with some questions on the call centre. So I know a call centre manager, and it absolutely should be possible to identify the repeat callers. I don't know if we can do it from our end, but Aberdeen City Council call centres certainly should. In terms of the further detail that you're going to provide in terms of a breakdown for hour by hour, Mr. Taylor, would it be also possible to understand how long calls are waiting before they hang up? So whether it's a minute and a half or an hour and a half?
Yes, sorry, what I was saying is we would do further work on the detail here, and we will look at identifying repeat calls. There is complexities in this arrangement because the calls coming into our system are then auto-forwarded to another system. Just like the paragraph on housing repairs, my colleagues in roads in their agreement with Aberdeen City do get a detailed breakdown, so we will be getting those figures from Aberdeen that will show the number of calls they got, the call waiting times in terms of average, and the longest waiting time. So we will be able to get that information, and that will be in the subsequent report.
Thank you. And I think just to aside from you were talking about, you know, listening back to the calls for quality purposes, but I think one of the other concerns, just to reflect it from the deputations, had been about what happens with the information from those calls and how it actually gets escalated up. So if somebody is phoning up 5 times saying the water's 20 feet away, the water's 10 feet away, could you close the gates, please? How does that, what does that process look like in terms of feeding that information up the command chain?
Thank you, Convener. Yes, the Aberdeen Contact Centre phones a nominated officer from the Road Maintenance Partnership, and they then take the calls from the contact centre. They then have to triage that call and pass the requirements as a result of the call on to an appropriate officer on the ground to go and attempt to deal with it. Again, in a widespread flooding situation like we had on over that period and subsequent periods in October, we do have a finite number of people on the ground. He does have a finite ability to answer calls, so we'll try and do best with the resources we've got again.
Thank you very much. Councillor Forbes.
Sticking with the topic of communication, the 6.18 tells us that Aberdeen CRG advised the council that water levels are rising again. I'm interested in how that communication happens. Do Aberfeldy CRG and others have some kind of direct access that circumvents the call centre? And on the same topic, do we get some reassurance that the emergency services, for example, have access to officers on the ground from Perth and Kinross and other associated partners that would require to not have to go through the call centre? Can they get straight to the right people quickly?
Yeah.
Just to answer that, Councillor Forbes, a lot of the community resilience groups have direct contact with ourselves through work that's been done previously. Quite often we'll use them as eyes and ears on the ground, so we don't have to deploy resources to gain that information ourselves. So a great deal of that information was passed to us via these channels. And in some cases there was communication also through the emergency response duty officer, in particular the weekend 6th to the 8th of October.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was more interested in the specific. I mean, it would worry me a little bit that a CRG anywhere, would have to call the call centre. Is it procedure that they would have a different phone number or some other way of communicating with officers?
So again, with the groups that we've worked with so far, then they would have details of how to get in contact. We were looking to develop that further, and certainly we've had meetings already with Bailey in that regard, and we were looking to sort of bolster that so that if there's a community resilience group there, there's a more direct avenue of communication in order to speed up that passage of information.
And Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Convener. At 6.24, it talks about the fact that we open up our own call centre between 5 and 10:20. It might seem a pedantic point, but if there's 16 calls made over 5 hours and 20 minutes, I'm curious to understand why one wasn't answered and if there's any particular reason for that. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
The call was abandoned after a matter of seconds, and that will also be an issue in the earlier table showing calls. So that is simply an abandoned call. We were there staffed and we would have been able to answer it if it had hung on any longer.
Thank you. If there's no more questions on the response management, we'll move on to Aberfeldy 625. Perth 626 to 627, Councillor Bailey Ahern.
Thank you very much. My question is on paragraph 627, and I just have issues with the way that paragraph is written. As has already been discussed in an early conversation that I had with Barbara on the phone when I was at the North Inch Gate, that's when I was told that I was going to get some support with the traffic attendants. They came along, we did whatever we could there, and then we moved to Rose Terrace and to Barossa Place, where we got inundated by residents because we were the first people from Perth and Kinross Council that they'd seen. And as we explained, one of them went off. We went off for 5 minutes, 10 minutes to go and see what we could do and get a key, and came back again. And then I had a subsequent conversation with Frank Campbell, who was in charge of the parking attendants, and we got another team up there, and they were the ones that started ferrying sandbags and things. Later in the afternoon, and this is not an issue for Perth and Kinross Council, it's an issue for Police Scotland, they could not communicate with their call centre or whoever was on the incident management team, and we placed a call. They were desperate to get through to the council, and I used my mobile for them to speak to Barbara on the phone. And the issue was there that they wanted to close off the streets, and there were a number of other issues that they had. And so that was the only communication they had later that afternoon with the council. And after that phone call, they went off and they closed the streets, and later some of our parking attendants took over for the police so they could attend other instances, and the fire brigade as well. They just wanted to pass on what was actually happening on the ground. So there are a number of issues for a simple paragraph there. There are a number of issues there in terms of the fact that other agencies did have issues in trying to get through to whoever was running it on the incident management team. But it's not as simple as what's written in there, and it never is. A report is what you can write very quickly, but it wasn't the situation on the ground at the time.
The way that an incident management works is that there are various control points. I'm sure that sort of the many members understand that. The emergency response duty officer was in constant contact with police and with fire. I have picked up, because I genuinely thought it was quite an odd request, that the police constable there was asking me for permission to close a road when the police have got the powers to close the road. What I have asked for is a specific debrief, because normally we would do a debrief, sort of across the Tayside Local Resilience Partnership. There are a number of questions that I don't understand in terms of, because what should happen is that there's a chain of command for the emergency services that should go up the way and across the way, and I'm just not sure that that was happening. Yeah.
If there's no more questions on the Perth 626 and 627, can I suggest that we just take a brief 2-minute recess so that we can discuss progress through the report and what we're going to do about the Finance and Resources Committee meeting that's due to start here in 13 minutes, but has been delayed by half an hour. But I don't think half an hour is going to allow us to progress to get to the end of the report. And I think certainly somebody's stomach is rumbling. I've had a request for lunch. Would it be okay for Councillor Drysdale and Councillor Allen, maybe Councillor Robertson, to come up and we can just discuss as the group's spokespeople about that? Thank you. That's us in recess for just for 2 minutes. Right, thank you very much to the committee and to officers for their indulgence there. What we're going to aim to do is to finish the remaining few pages of the report that there are in relation to, we've obviously heard the deputations from the Perth residents in terms of the 6th, 7th, 8th of October. If we can get to the end of the questions on that section, then briefly cover the recommendations, and then we'll break and allow Finance and Resources Committee to start at 3 o'clock, and hopefully all of the members and officers who are due at both committees will have time for a simple crust in between those two sections. So just to reiterate, members, short, snappy questions, officers, concise answers, and we will get through this. Thank you for your forbearance. We're now on to the Perth Flood Scheme, sections 628 to 637. First one, I think, is Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, convener. I just wanted I didn't get in quickly enough earlier with a follow-up question when I asked a question previously. It's in relation to 629, 630 and 634. And I note in the report that 6:29, no information on the River Tay at Balathy was provided until the RMP duty officer specifically requested an update at 7:10 PM. It then says SEPA phoned the RMP duty officer at 8:14 PM to advise that the flow rate was blah, blah, blah. And then at 6:34, it said the RMP officer contacted SEPA to request an update at 5:16 AM on Sunday, the 8th of October. These are all conversations initiated from this end, from the Roads Maintenance Partnership duty officer. And again, I need to ask the question, was there any communication instigated by SEPA at that time, at that critical point, in accordance with the protocols that are within the Flood Defence Operating Manual?
Mr. Butterworth.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Apologies, I did try to answer that a little bit earlier. I think there's still a number of questions that remain outstanding in regards to the discussions with SEPA. The information that we have at the moment is that we didn't receive any information from SEPA about the River Tay until 8:14, and that was after a request for information by our duty officer at, I think it was 7:10. And that's where I tried to refer to earlier, the protocols in place, which are those triggers when SEPA should be providing us with information. And we don't know if those triggers were hit, and therefore we may have got information earlier or should have got information earlier. So that's an area that's still outstanding. We'll need to have further discussion with SEPA, and that will form part of the next report that comes to members.
Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Convener. It follows on slightly. I know that we requested an update at 7:10 and we didn't get the answer we required. But an hour later, or an hour and 4 minutes if you want to be exact, we were told that there was going to be a problem. Now, it's easy to talk in hindsight, and I know that that's where we all are just now, and we can all be clever after the case. But if in the operations manual it states that we need 3 squads of 4 men, and they couldn't do all that they're required to do, I don't understand why we didn't actually just get a squad and start the process of closing gates. You know, if it takes 3 squads, 4 men, however many hours, at least 1 squad or 2 squads could be put into action. Thank you.
Mr. Butterworth.
Yeah, thanks, Kabir. I think that's a good question. And in terms of our procedures, our plans, the operation manual, that's what we should have done. That decision should have been made. However, based on the resources at the time it was, I think it was an hour and 15 minutes to high tide. A discussion was had between the officers within the Roads Maintenance Partnership, and they took a decision at that time not to follow the manual. That was partly based on the information that they had, information that the situation was not going to get worse, and the decision was taken to have a further conversation early next morning and then make a decision at that point, because the next trigger, if you like, was high tide at, I think it was 12:05 on midday Sunday. So based on the information they had, there hadn't been an issue at high tide at 9:45 on the Saturday evening. The information they had, it wasn't going to get worse, so they decided to have a conversation with SEPA at 6 o'clock the following morning and make a decision then. Unfortunately, when that conversation was had, which was, I think it was 5:15, the decision was much worse, and then the decision was taken to bring the guys in to start closing the gates, but at that point it was too late. What happened between 5:15 and the previous evening, we still don't fully know, to be perfectly honest. And again, we're going to have more discussions with partners to try to establish what that was, and hopefully that again will fall part of the next report.
Vice Convener.
Thank you. My question was incredibly similar to yours, Councillor Allen. I think the only additional thing I was going to point out and put into the mix there was that tidal events happen roughly every 12 hours. Someone was there who realised that it was going to take around about 10 hours, but decided not to proceed at that point. And I think that's unfortunate, and I don't require a response, just reiterating. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you. A quick question. The trigger was reached to implement Plan 9, but this was overridden by an officer, albeit after consultation with other senior officers. So my question is there that level of flexibility within the protocol for diversions from procedure to be made based on individual officer decisions?
Mr. Butler.
Thanks, Convener. Well, I think, to be perfectly honest, the plan is the plan, the policy is the policy, and that's what we should follow. However, given the circumstances on the evening, and I think it's important to point out that people involved in this discussion are very experienced officers. They're familiar with the process, they're familiar with the TAE, and based on the information they had and the discussions with SEPA, they took that decision. In hindsight, maybe it wasn't the right decision, but they made that decision based on all the information that they had then. It's a good question whether they should have still then took a very precautionary approach and initiated the closure process, Saturday evening. But they made the decision based on the information that they had, which was out with the operations manual, and I think that's a fact. But it wasn't one that, and proves to be the wrong decision, but at the time it was based on the information that they had and the resources that they had and the timescales.
Okay. Could I ask a question on 636, which is about sending squads to Perth Harbour and Commercial Street, Bridge End Court. Those two locations were prioritised to focus on protecting the most vulnerable residents and business premises. I wonder whether we should have maybe focused on protecting all of the residents before, all of the residential premises before starting on the business premises, i.e. North Inch and Commercial Street rather than Commercial Street and Harbour.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Plan 9 requires 3 squads, 1 squad to go to Commercial Street area, 1 squad to go to Perth Harbour, and the other squad to go to North Inch area. Again, based on the resources available and the discussion at the time, the officers who were on duty at the time decided, again, a risk-based decision to take that decision. And that's what they did. Unfortunately, they couldn't get to all 3 gates, and then obviously we find ourselves here today. That was simply, again, a decision made by the officers at the time based on the information that they had.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions on this section? The next section is floodgates in the vicinity of the North Inch, sections 638 to 641. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, in relation to 6.39, when the squad arrived at the North Inch at 9:40 AM, they were unable to close the floodgate at the War Memorial as the force of water was too strong to stand up in and padlocks were submerged. I would ask for that observation to be revisited. I was at that particular location at 11:40, 2 hours later, and there were officers standing knee-deep, admittedly, in water at that time, but it wasn't the case at 11:40 that in my opinion, that the force of water was too strong to stand up in. I would ask for that to be revisited. And secondly, at 6.41, as regards what happened later on in the afternoon, at 3:30 PM, the squad went to Rutherford Field depot and retrieved a JCB digger, and then returned to the remaining open gate. And the question is, in hindsight, again, admittedly in hindsight, would it not have been better to have got that JCB digger earlier and delayed the closure of the Queen's Bridge, which is the final piece in the jigsaw.
Yeah, thanks, Committee. In terms of the first part of that question, in terms of putting the report together and undertaking the review, what we did, we asked everybody involved to complete an action log of their involvement and to include times and dates and locations. So that first paragraph 6.3.9 is based on the accounts provided by individuals involved. We're happy to revisit that. In terms of the 6.41, in terms of the digger, perhaps that would have been a better solution, a better outcome. I think we're still looking at what the cause of the flooding was and the impact on the properties. So maybe that will be picked up as part of the next report and that's a wider review, but we'll certainly look at that.
Thank you. And Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Convener. Given the size of the floodgates that we have in a number of locations, I was a number of people that required to close them. Would it not possible to move some of these important gates onto hydraulic systems so it'd be far easier to close, even if in the case if there was water coming in like what happened in this event, a hydraulic system would have allowed the gates to be closed, I would imagine.
Mr. Dion.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, the scheme is now over 20 years old and it was fairly state of the art when it was put in, I think it's fair to say. Hydraulic gate at the time probably would have been considerably more expensive. So there is a cost element in it, presumably in terms of cost benefit at the time. Certainly the gates are put in such that they're retained against the wall and you have to undo the retaining bolts and pull it against the flow of water. So it is a considerable pull to get them. But hydraulics or any form of auto mechanism would certainly be a good idea, but there would be further cost implications in that. And I don't know what they would be, but I don't know if part of the review will want to consider looking at modernising the scheme and what the impact of that would be.
But my point would be that given the millions it's going to cost to put right, at a time where we can't really afford it, it might be worthwhile considering this in the long term to safeguard against this ever happening again, especially as your staff in the council are reducing. There's fewer people to call on in times of emergency. So if you can streamline that sort of work, it might be beneficial in the long term.
So as part of the discussions, Councillor Robertson, since sort of the 8th of October, I have been speaking to the Roads Maintenance Partnership staff in terms of the overall maintenance of the flood scheme. It is sort of 22 years old. And sort of we need to think about whether there are different ways of the scheme operating and different things that we could do to replace the gates. So we've been having that conversation. I think that will be a significant cost. We need to consider that, but we need to consider that in the round of what the maintenance costs will be on an ongoing basis and whether that then becomes a spend to save process for us as well. What I think that it might be helpful as well is that often when people talk about the gates, sort of it's that bit of that you can just push it shut and then stick a latch in it, and that's not the case. I mean, I think that, sort of it is for some gates, I understand you've got to close it a certain way and twist things differently and all that kind of thing. So the more automation that we could put into that, the better, but that's the system that we've got. But it's certainly a longer term thing that we need to look at, and we have been discussing that.
Although I guess automation would also come with its own health and safety risks, because you would still need somebody on site watching the closure process in order to make sure that nobody was harmed by it. If there are no more questions on that section, the next section is Mill Wind 642. question here was just what the issue that was identified was preventing the full closure of the floodgate there?
I don't know the exact detail of it, but as part of the pseudo closure the week before, there was it was identified that the seals wouldn't allow the gate to close and seal as truly as it should do. So we knew there was an issue there, and there was sandbags deployed to fill that gap, if you want.
Thank you. And the next section is Perth Harbour and Lower Friarton floodgates, 643 to 645. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. During the course of evidence this morning and submissions from Director Renton, it's apparent that there was an unexpected surge in water levels overnight Saturday into Sunday. That may have been caused just by the slow-moving storm. No doubt that was a contributory factor, but there's another contributory factor, which is the SSE Hydro's dams infrastructure. And I'm taking from the comments at 6.44 and at 6.52 that at the time of this incident, Perth and Kinross Council was not made aware of any issues with the dams overspilling, and it's described as an uncontrollable spill due to volume or rainfall. We weren't made aware of this at the time. Have I got that right, or was there any communication either directly from SSE Hydro or via SEPA that alerted our Gold Commander to this particular issue?
Yeah, just exhausted it. Thank you. So the protocol is that information from SSE Renewables is then shared with SEPA. I did have conversations with SSE Renewables immediately after the event on the Monday, the 9th of October, to seek to look at how we would be involved in those, sort of those discussions as well. And that is part and parcel of what one of the improvement actions that we want to take forward, is just to make sure that we know if there is more water going into the system from Pitlochry. And we will take that forward, sort of as a matter of urgency. The other issue is that, sort of I think that none of us are hydrologists, and that's the bit that, sort of the understanding of where what I'm referring to is that spike in water. That might not be how SEPA or SSE look at it, but, sort of for me, there was definitely something that happened in between the information that we got on the Saturday night and the Sunday morning, and then what officers actually saw, sort of in the river. And that's still unexplained as far as I'm concerned.
So if I may, just to follow up, so specifically during the incident that you were managing, were you aware at that time of any issues with regard to the SSE, or potential issues with regard to the SSE dams?
So Councillor Drysdale, at the very first local resilience partnership meeting on the Sunday morning, there was reference made just at the very start to, sort of a potential overspill, which is what it was referred to, again, not by experts, of Pitlochry Dam. As a result of that conversation, I was very clear and asked for representation for SSE Renewables at all of the other LRP meetings, and they did attend. But sort of in terms of the course of the conversations that Mark and I have had with SSE Renewables since then, I still don't understand, sort of the overall, because there's the very north of the catchment and that what was holding. My understanding, and it is my understanding from what I've been told, both at the LRP meeting and, sort of subsequently, is what goes into Loch Tummel has to come out of Loch Tummel. But equally, sort of as I've already described, there was an awful lot more water falling in by rain over the course of the whole of the, sort of the Tay catchment. And so we still don't have, sort of a real proper resolution to that. But I was very clear, and we agreed that, and they did turn up to all future meetings. And we've had the subsequent conversation as well, that for any future LRP meetings where the Tay is involved, the SSE renewables will be part of those. If I'm still not answering your question, I can see.
No, thank you. You are, and you are. Just to be absolutely clear, during your consideration of what to do and when on the Friday and on the Saturday, which was the critical time periods, you were not made aware of this by anyone?
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Welsh.
Thank you, convener. It's very clear there's significant expertise within Perth Council officers in terms of flooding, in terms of road management, and in terms of operational activities. But, I've heard a couple of statements. I wrote them down at the time. Something overnight happened which we didn't understand, and none of us are hydrologists. There's obviously a clear gap in some critical knowledge here and expertise, which we, going forward, need to absolutely either be informing us or have access to effectively ensure that protocols going forward are appropriate, correct, and we have confidence in. And on a wider climate basis, this is going to become even more critical. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, convener. I think the important point in terms of SSE, we didn't need to know what was coming out of the dams. SEPA needed to know that information. So the flow of information is SSE tells SEPA, SEPA feed that into their model. SEPA tell us, we take action. So that's effectively the process. So what we need to establish is, and SEPA have confirmed this, but we need a further conversation, that the water coming out the dams, the information that SSE provided them, was fed into their model, which they gave to us. So that's we just need to confirm that. But if that was correct and the modelling information was correct, then we take the correct action. So that's the process, if you like. But we certainly weren't aware of any issues from SSE at the time. But as I said, as long as SEPA were and SEPA were feeding that into their model, that's how the process should work and would work robustly.
What you're saying there, but I think from a catchment perspective, we really need to sort of truly understand how the catchment operates on a sort of dynamic basis. If SEPA are those experts, then they're already in the room. But I'm just really flagging that.
And just picking up on something that the Chief Executive communicated to me earlier, I think it'd be useful to have further discussion with elected members and SEPA and SSE, just for our understanding. The next section is property services, 646, but as it's not to do with flooding, I'm going to skip that. So we're on to 647 to 650, local resilience partnership and incident management team arrangements. In the course of the discussion, we have had quite a lot of reference to this. So has anybody got any questions here now? No. Okay, thank you. SSE then, next section 651 to 652. We've just had a bit of a discussion about SSE, but Councillor Forbes, you've got a question?
Thanks, convener. It says at the bottom that SSE advised this provided a net benefit. This is to do with putting water into the system. I just can't understand why that would be a net benefit. I think I'd accept it didn't have an impact, but I can't understand the net benefit. But as Barbara's already said, we're not hydrologists, but perhaps someone in the room can enlighten me as to why this is a net benefit.
I'm not sure that anyone can, this is a paragraph that we discussed with SSE Renewables and in terms of the inclusion in the report. But as the convener has indicated through the Chief Executive, as we go forward, it will be very helpful for us to understand a bit more about how that system works, for us to understand how that system then, that information from SSE Renewables goes to SEPA, and for them to understand the resource implications for how long it takes, to close gates and things like that. I think that as with every organisation, people may change. There might be, as happens with the council, that there is a loss of memory, corporate memory in terms of process. And I think that collectively, to ensure that we all understand what everybody's roles are, responsibilities are, and the impact of that, then we work very closely together as we go forward.
So can we get a follow-up when those meetings and engagements taking place in? They won't be kept within officer level, it will get to elected members somehow. Thank you.
Yep, that's correct. Next section is impact and recovery 653. Just a list of some of the places that were affected. I don't think it's comprehensive, but no questions on that. Communities affected 654 to 657. Is that a question, Councillor Forbes?
Yeah, it references areas affected for future meetings. I just wanted to ask if Invergowrie could be included in that.
This is specifically for the 6th to the 8th, Councillor Forbes. But we will, yes, bring back a further report in terms of Invergowrie.
So we're now on to Perth City, sections 658 to 665. Vice Convener.
Thank you. We spent rightly a lot of time on the North Inch floodgate, but from the deputation was read out earlier and from the paragraph 6.61, there was obviously also a problem on Commercial Street. Is there anything that we as a council could have done differently operationally to prevent the properties flooding in Commercial Street? Or will that need to be the focus of future work or partnership with Scottish Water if it's indeed a drainage problem? Thank you.
Mr. Butterworth.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I think first of all, my understanding from the initial work that we've done, there was the flooding around Commercial Street was not as a result of the flood scheme not working properly or the gates not being closed. It was purely as a result of the drains, the Scottish Water's drains and sewer network didn't have the capacity. So I think the solution to that is working with Scottish Water to come up with a plan.
Mr. Drysdale.
Thank you, Convener. Regarding 6.61 and the comments regarding Rose Terrace, 15 property basements flooded, 4 confirmed to be habitable, others abandoned or used for storage only. Flooding from the River Tay did not reach these properties, brackets, there was no direct flow path. From my own observations on the evening, around 5 p.m. in the evening, there was no water flowing across or on, sitting on Rose Terrace itself. So are we saying with that it is our belief, our understanding that flooding would have been caused by underground water? And very briefly, just at 6.62, I think the meeting was on 15th of November, not 15th of October. Thanks.
You're right about the date.
Yep, and we apologies for that. In terms of what I have already, referred to, we are still investigating the, the main causes in terms of potential flooding. But what the impact of, as I've said, that the 3 causes, either water from the river, water from the water table, or sewage drainage water system is part and parcel of that.
Okay. Obviously, what this section in terms of Perth City and specifically the Ross Place, Rose Street, Charlotte Place, Commercial Street, is what we've heard very effectively in the deputations this morning, and the key themes raised at the meeting, I think draw out nicely the points. The section on key themes that raised at the meeting, I think, nicely draws out the conversation that was had last week. If there are more questions on that section, we'll move on to 666 Bells Sports Centre. We've obviously heard from Councillor Braun and Mr. Cromwell earlier, but if you've got a question on it, Bailey Ahern, followed by Councillor Dryce.
Thanks very much. It's just a query, really. They've started moving some of the stuff across Perth City Centre so that they can start bringing some of the services up and allow people to get exercise on what they need to do. Is there been any question about reutilising the Rodney Centre in the meantime whilst Bells is closed?
My understanding is no. Sort of that would require moving back, sort of, and again, in my opinion, then, sort of significant costs to be able to use that facility. We are also actively marketing the facility. We are close to, sort of agreeing, sort of the sale of that, subject to approval by property subcommittee.
Mr. Drysdale.
Thank you. When Mr. Cromwell spoke earlier, he was very helpful in terms of the information he provided about the flood protection that Bells itself has. But I'm struck by the comment here in the middle sentence which says this is not the first time that the sports centre has incurred water damage from flooding. Now, I appreciate that this was really bad what happened this time, extremely bad, but when we're looking at what we're going to do about this going forward, what I would like to understand is how often, let's say this century, has Bells Sports Centre flooded in some way, shape or form?
I think that we'll need to come back to you on that, Councillor Drysdale. I'm not sure. I'm looking at Peter. No, Peter's unaware, so that'll be information that we'll need to bring back. Oh, but Fiona's here. Fiona might understand know that.
Councillor Drysdale, I don't know how many times Bells Sports Centre has flooded this century. We will get that information for you. As the report says, it did flood quite badly in August 2020, and it is in an area, Peter is the expert, but is in an area of the city where flood is a risk. I think probably if we were designing and building that building from scratch now, it would be designed and built in a different way.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Sorry, Convener, I think I'm in 6.67. I'm ahead again, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we're going to move on to that right now. So impact on roads 667 and 668, Councillor Smith.
Thanks very much, Convener. It's more about the road situation now regarding the 85, which I know is out with it's Road Transport Scotland, but every time it rains now, it's almost closed. Is there anything we can help there or get in contact and get something done? Thank you.
Mr. Dion.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you. Microphone's off, sorry. Jay Keedy within my team's met with Bear Scotland and the adjacent landowner and identified issues on some private land that we're assisting to get dealt with. So hopefully once we've done that, it should improve the situation on the 85 moving forward.
Thank you. Any other questions about the impact on roads? So the last section then from 669 to 671 is on communications. Councillor Forbes, you've got a question which is related to communications as well.
Thanks. Yeah, it specifically says that the gold and silver commander were physically present at 2 High Street. I'm wondering if that is because in the previous event they weren't, and if there was a disadvantage to that.
I don't believe that there would be a disadvantage, sort of when we did meet, sort of we were meeting virtually, sort of through hybrid. And again, as I've already said, then, sort of we were in constant contact throughout the day as well. So it, sort of sometimes being face to face is fine, but being in, sort of we had, sort of we had our Teams meetings and, sort of.
Thanks, Barbara. I mean, I totally agree with the principle of using technology. I just wondered why it specifically mentions that in the report then, if it doesn't make any difference really.
Again, I think it's a statement of fact rather than a, sort of a comment.
And Councillor Allen.
Thank you, convener. It's not to labour the point from Councillor Forbes, but when we're dealing with major incident response, my belief is that you get a far better cohesive response when you're all dealing from the one unit, i.e. 2 High Street or somewhere like that. I understand that some people might not be available readily because of geographical issues, but by and large, if we can deal with these issues from one central point, I'm sure we'd get far better decision-making processes. Thank you.
And I think that my response to that would be possibly, but what would, sort of everyone rather do, that people move from dealing with an incident and actually being, sort of physically present on the ground to moving into a building that could be miles away from where they are working, just to, sort of to meet face to face. But that's my experience.
Okay, any more questions on the communications? No. Okay then. We're going to hold off questions on the remainder of the paper until a future meeting. But I am going to formally move the recommendations in terms of the improvement plan as Appendix 2 in order to allow officers to start work on those actions. Very quickly, we want, well, there's already an instruction for a report to the appropriate committee on resource requirements to support year-round resilience. Officers will review and put in place new minimum staffing standby levels at command and operational levels to ensure resources are available to successfully coordinate and deploy all flood defence measures within timescales set within the protocols which are to be revised. To undertake further training in terms of emergency planning across the wider leadership team to ensure resilience to deal with incidents. That the Council's out-of-hours standby arrangements be reviewed to include exploring the opportunities for expanding the remit of staff from other Council services. To continue to work with community resilience groups and build on the success of these models, reflecting that public agencies, including the Council, are unable to respond to all impacts across the authority. To review how the logging and sharing of information between partner agencies is undertaken, building upon the conversations which have taken place to date with SSE and SEPA. To undertake a review of the handling of the calls to the out-of-hours contact centre, as well as a further review of the Council's out-of-hours customer contact arrangements. To review the Perth Flood Scheme Gate Closure Operational Procedure document with SEPA. To review welfare response protocols and engagement with those directly impacted, including follow-up and affected individuals in Perth City and Invergowrie, and to establish formal feedback mechanisms from community resilience groups to take on board learning and develop future response arrangements, and to which I would like to add to provide funding to communities to support resilience through the provision of both training and equipment. Councillor Drysdale, you've kindly offered to second, but actually Vice Convener Bailey was going to add on some additional recommendations which he's been taking a note of as we've gone through the meeting. So if I could ask him to do that first.
Yep, thank you, Convener. So I'd like to propose additionally that the improvement plan we see here is brought back to scrutiny in line with the calendar of our ongoing meetings, so that we can keep an eye on the progress there in an action log kind of format. We heard from Mr. Ross's deputation. Thank you, Mr. Ross, as well as I've heard from the community in Invergowrie that it would be good to have funding available for training, river level monitoring, early warnings, and I think that's partly reflected in what you just added, Councillor Stewart, so that's good. There's also been a few people who've been asking for a clearer and better tested plan B, if we will, for when something goes wrong with a particular piece of infrastructure. An ability to overlay the data about the vulnerable people on top of the data about who might be impacted during an emergency. I think that's come up a number of times, so the council knows where the vulnerable people are who might be affected by a particular issue. And also that we would invite representatives from SEPA, SSE, Scottish Water to future appropriate forums that have elected member present, so that we can ask them some questions direct as well. That was what I captured. Was there anything else from anyone else?
Look at the knowledge within the contact centre and see any improvements we can get in the contact centre.
I think we have got contact centre covered in the improvement plan.
One very briefly, you know, in the 20 years technology has changed. There's a number of opportunities to potentially use techniques like artificial intelligence to harvest all this data and to then enable decision making to be more confident in terms of making decisions. So there's a technology element that I think should be reviewed as part of this, I think.
Okay, that might be an interesting avenue to explore. Could we leave that out this time round so that we can maybe have an assessment of that in the next version of the paper, and leave it to the urgent actions that we've sort of spoken about already, if that's okay. Thank you, Councillor Welch. Councillor Drysdale, you wanted to second?
You call me Councillor Illingworth there, no? Sorry. You hearing it? Beg your pardon. Yeah, it must be something I'm known for, lack of food. Yeah, I am very happy to second your motion, convener, as amended by Bailey. This is obviously the start of a process, not the end, but we need to get going on all of these issues now, rather than delay until it's possible to complete consideration of this and any other papers. So I'm very happy to second.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to open this up for comments. I take it we can agree that NEMCON. Great. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you to the deputations for coming along. Thank Mr. Ross is the last one left. Thank you very much to officers for your understanding, and thank you to the convener of Finance and Resources for allowing us to put the meeting back. Meeting stands adjourned.